Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission for the year. I probably should have said that together. Just our final meeting of the year, agenda meeting of the year, that is. Today is December 18th, and I'll take the role of the commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
Here.
And Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
And I'm Katie Sieben, and a quorum is present. We have two items on our agenda today. Our first item is docket 25-325. And Mr. Lee, please introduce it when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item 1 is docket number E017M25325 in the matter of Otter Power Company's petition for a proposed energy storage system pilot at the University of Minnesota Morris. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission approve the energy storage system pilot project proposed by Otter in their August 21, 2025 petition? Copies of Commissioner Partridge's proposed decision options can be found on the podium. I have no further remarks, but am available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll begin with comments from parties. So, Mr. Grenier, I see you're online, I believe. If other participants wanted to come forward, please state your name for the record and then advise on what you recommend the commission should do here this morning. Mr. Grenier, are you speaking for the company? You can begin.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Jason Grenier. I'm the Manager of Retail Energy Solutions here at Otter Power Company. I'm sorry I couldn't make it in there in person. I always like to do these in person, but my schedule didn't allow that today. It is my pleasure to come before you, along with our project partner, the University of Minnesota Morris. Together, we are excited to bring you our request for approval of our 1 megawatt pilot battery project. This project is a culmination of years of work by project partners to first secure LCCMR approval and funding, to research battery chemistries, define project goals, and finally bring the project before you for approval. While the project will be located on the university's campus, Otter will operate the battery primarily to provide grid benefits on behalf of our customers. The company appreciates the thorough RFP process the university has administered for battery procurement. Through this robust process, we have lowered project risks and are ensuring a high-functioning battery at a reasonable cost. Currently, we are still in negotiations with battery vendors pending the outcome of this commission meeting. We believe these negotiations will be complete in the next month. Then the project accelerates as we prepare project design documents, hire associated contractors, perform civil work next summer, with battery placement likely in fall of 2026. Then final commissioning of the battery is scheduled in the spring of 2027, about 16 to 18 months from now. The company appreciates staff's discussion on cost and supports staff's decision option 2C to limit cost recovery for the pilot to a cost cap of the amount identified in Trade Secret Initial Filing Appendix B. As Otter has demonstrated with many projects in the past, we will act prudently toward project costs with a goal of minimizing costs to our customers. The word prudent probably describes Otter approach to building projects as well as any word. Prudency is ingrained in our culture and why we are among the most affordable electric providers in the nation. In order to manage these costs, we request an approval today of the project, decision options 1A and 2A, so we can finalize contracts and mitigate any price increases from vendors. We believe a post-selection compliance filing to the Executive Secretary will provide all outstanding details of this project as the department and staff have outlined. Project partners also believe this project provides an opportunity to research a non-lithium technology that can perform well in cold temperatures and with minerals that are readily sourced. This project is an important venture for both the university, Otter and our customers, as we will showcase a functioning energy storage project on campus, allowing for both university and company research while integrating it with local renewable energy systems and integrating it with the MISO energy market. Moving to decision options, the company requests the Commission to approve the following decision options. 1A, 2A. The company supports 2C as an alternative to 1B. The company supports decision option 3, decision option 4 with all parts, decision option 5 with all parts, and newly introduced decision option 6 with all parts. I'm available for any questions the commission may have. Thank you.
And Mr. Grenier, did you see Commissioner Partridge's late filed decision option?
6.
Or did you say
Chair
that?
Stephen, commissioners, yes, I did, and I do support that. Number 6, I believe it is decision option 6.
Okay, great, thank you. Next, Mr. Teglin from the department.
Morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. My name is Peter Teglin for the department, and with me today I have Dr. Bhavan Pradhan. The department has reviewed Otter Tail Power's petition for the energy storage system pilot at the University of Minnesota Morris and supports approval of the pilot following a compliance filing. With that filing, we find that the company's petition will meet the requirements of the energy storage system pilot project statute and is in the public interest. However, given the early stage of the project's development, our support is contingent on a few important safeguards to protect ratepayers. We see significant value in this pilot. It is not just a standard deployment. It is a research-focused initiative designed to test non-lithium battery chemistries in Minnesota's extreme cold weather conditions. The location at the University of Minnesota Morris allows for unique data collection on how storage interacts with distributed wind and solar generation on a microgrid. This learning by doing approach is exactly what is needed as the company scales up to meet larger storage requirements in its integrated resource plan. Because Otter Tail has not yet finished a vendor or not yet selected a final vendor or technology, critical details, including the final cost and warranty terms, are currently unknown. Therefore, the department recommends approval subject to the condition that the company must submit a post-selection compliance filing for the commission to review. This filing must detail the chosen technology, the final commercial terms, the warranty, and the delivery schedule. We specifically recommend that the cost recovery through the Renewable Resource Cost Recovery Rider be conditional upon a review of this filing. This would ensure that we have a complete picture of the costs and risks before ratepayer recovery fully commences. Finally, since ratepayers are funding this research, they deserve to benefit from the findings. The department has requested and Otter Tail has agreed to enhanced reporting requirements. We have reviewed Commissioner Partridge's new decision options for Partridge New 6, and we are supportive of that decision option as laying out some of the lessons learned to be filed after operations begin. We also support all of the decision options before you today except for 2B. In sum, the department believes that this pilot is a prudent step forward, provided the oversight mechanisms we've outlined are in place. We're both available for questions.
And the representative from the University of Minnesota Morris, welcome. Is it Mr. Herman?
Correct, Chair Stephen. My name is Brian Herman. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Finance and Facilities at the University of Minnesota Morris.
Thanks for being on. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Partridge, but first, Mr. Grenier, I have a question. I have a couple questions. The main one is, and maybe you said it here, but did you select the battery technology and type that you're going to be using?
Chair Stephen, commissioners, we are in, I would say, final negotiation stages of that, and pending the outcome of this meeting, we believe we'll be able to secure or finalize those negotiations very soon, likely in the next month or less than the next month, hopefully. But that's where we're at in the project.
And then I know that it's trade secret, but then what is the actual overall budget that you're asking us to approve here, or the cost cap?
Yeah, so Chair Stephen, commissioners, what Otter Tail is requesting here for a cost cap is what was included in Appendix B, page 1 and 2. So page 1 basically lays out the capital costs. Page 2 is some ongoing O&M.
Wait, sorry, just a second. Let me just make sure I'm looking at the right appendix. So it's attached to your initial filing, but on the end of it, is that right? Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong item.
That is correct, Chair Sieben.
Okay. And what was the date of that? Your initial 8/21 filing, is that about right?
Yep, 8/21.
And
I think, I mean, I could give you a number. I think, you know, each line item there is trade secret, but an overall number, I think that's fine. I don't think anybody can back into that or put us in a challenging spot at all, as long as Mr. Herman is okay with that. But if that would make you feel comfortable, but I will say the bottom, what you're approving today is, if you look at that attachment or Appendix B, the bottom of the column of Otter Tail Power, that amount at the bottom there in bold, that's what you're approving for Otter Tail as far as capital spent.
if you're comfortable saying the dollar number, I think it's important for the public to be able to understand what we're approving in a cost cap. So go ahead and say the number.
Chair Seaman, Commissioners, that would be $4.8 million.
And then my next question is, so that's the cost cap, the technology, and we saw in there like the type of battery selected will depend on, the cost will vary depending on the project selected, but that will be the overall cap that you are anticipating would be recoverable through the rider for Otter Tail's portion, 4.8 million.
Chair Seaman, Commissioners, that is correct.
And then where does I looked at this Appendix B earlier, and where is the state contribution towards the project via the LCCMR grant? Why is that not subtracted from the overall cost recovery item that Otter Tail customers are going to be paying for the project?
Chair Seaman, Commissioners, the university is going to directly pay some of those costs, so they're bringing the cost of the project down. And so what you see there is in the first column, the University of Minnesota Morris column, you're seeing the cost that they're going to be providing, or the contribution they're going to be providing. And then Otter Tail's contribution in the middle column, and then the last column on the right is the total project costs after including both universities' portion and Otter Tail's portion.
But I thought that the LCCMR grant was in excess of the University of Minnesota Morris's column, or is that essentially what it is? It wasn't clear, and I think that this is a little bit something we need to make sure we're being careful about so that we're not putting an undue burden on the customers that we regulate with you.
Yeah, Chair Seaman, Commissioners, and Mr. Herman can talk about the grant in total and what that's going to. What we're showing here, the university, if you look at the project total, the subtotal, it's bolded there, and the university has $1.64 million that they're initially contributing to the project. And then Otter Tail will be providing them a benefit back of $500,000.
Providing who a benefit back?
The university back $500,000. And this was
back to who? Because you're getting the money from the state, and then it's going to Morris, and it's going back to the Morris then? I don't understand. Yep.
Chair Seaman, Commissioners, excellent question, and I'm glad that you brought it up. So early on in the project was going to be located on the university campus. And the idea was it was going to be on the university side of the meter and basically a microgrid. And we found some challenges with that as far as Otter Tail owning and operating the battery on the university side of the meter. And part of the initial goal there was the university was interested in utilizing the battery to mitigate some of their demand charges going forward. And so the university looked at, operating that battery, Otter Tail looked at operating that battery and what, some of those demand savings would be for the university as far as, being able to integrate it with their wind and operate at different times. And there were demand savings that they would see, but it became such a challenge having it on the university side of the meter that it would be very difficult to operate. And so we had an agreement with the university that instead of having it on their side of the meter, we'd place it on our side of the meter where we could operate it much easier, still provide them some of those demand benefits or compensation. And initially we talked about having a 20-year contract to recognize those demand benefits. Later on that became cumbersome. And so we've agreed to a one-time payment to the university to recognize some of the demand benefits from the battery. And so that's that $500,000 with the caveat that those dollars will go towards future energy projects, and also the university needs those dollars for decommissioning in the future and remediation of the site after the 20 years.
So the battery project, once selected, will be owned by Otter Tail Power. It will be like 4/5 of the cost approximately will be paid by Otter Tail customers.
Chair Stephen, Commissioners, that is correct.
And then the energy benefits to Otter Tail Power customers don't show up in the column here, but can you talk about those and how that overall will help mitigate the costs to Otter Tail's customers for having such an arrangement?
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioners, excellent question. And you are correct. We did not monetize those benefits here. That is something that's part of this research project that we're going to identify. The city, one of the reasons that, and Mr. Herman can obviously talk about this as well, but one of the reasons the university was interested in this project was, I believe it was after Hurricane Sandy and some of the impacts in the Northeast coast and how Princeton University actually persevered and had resiliency through that. And the university was interested in that. And they've had some outages, some straight line winds in the past, in the last couple of years, and some outages there in the community. And so this was something that we thought would bring the community benefits there. But also we see an opportunity also with, if you look at, MISO energy map, even today, where that area is actually experiencing negative LMPs, where it's a way that we can, charge up a battery, soak up some of those negative LMPs, and then provide those benefits to our customers later in the day when LMPs might go up in the later afternoon. And so we're hoping to prove out some of these things, and having a 1 megawatt battery, while it's not enormous where it's going to run the whole town, is definitely going to provide some support in that area, and also interact with the MISO energy market and doing energy arbitrage.
And when are we going to see a filing that shows those energy benefits, or what? I'm just having a little bit of trouble with the financial arrangement without more clarity around the costs that you're asking to recover from Otter Tail customers. That looks like, from the numbers we step through, like a subsidy from Otter Tail customers to the University of Minnesota Morris.
Commissioner, or Chair Stephen, Commissioners, we will be including that in, I believe it's decision option 6 now, in that 2-year report If there's preliminary data, we can definitely include that as well. We have a very robust load management system right now that we operate, where we're operating, 100 plus megawatts load management portfolio every day currently. And so we know that we have some great opportunities there, and we know that we're providing our customers significant benefits through energy savings that flows through our energy adjustment rider. And we believe that this is just another asset that we have that we can dispatch to lower our customers' costs. Now, the university will also have, in our contract with the university, we've allowed them some hours where they can ask us to do certain testing. Now, that testing can only be done when it's when Otter Tail agrees to it. So if we have some higher price energy like we've had the last 2 weeks, and Otter Tail needs to run that battery for customer benefits, we're definitely going to make sure our customers are a priority. But if there's times that the university asks us to run different scenarios for them, interacting with their wind, we will definitely do those if the market conditions allow for that. But we are excited to show those benefits as they come to fruition. But we do have a long track record of capturing those benefits in the MISO energy market.
And I also know that the company's moving forward with other battery storage projects. And so are the differences between what you'll learn from owning this battery different from the other battery projects that are going forward? Because the cost per megawatt hour is higher too than other projects. And I'm sure overall it's a great project, but I'm not sure that the learnings from are really articulated in how it will differ from other storage batteries, or what benefit Otter Tail customers will get from that versus other storage options you're pursuing.
Chair Stephen, commissioners, this project is significantly different from a couple of different perspectives. One, this one is going to be a flow battery, which is different than, I believe, Otter Tail's recently approved 75 megawatt battery project is. I believe that's a lithium-based, but I'm not on that project, so I can't verify that. So just the different chemistries is going to be one big thing. Placing this on the campus, we wanted to make sure that we had something that could operate at that negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, very cold conditions. We wanted something that wasn't going to require a lot of extra heating, and that you might see with lithium or something like that. The other thing I would say is just the location too. That 75 megawatt battery is going to be placed in Fergus Falls, and that's in conjunction with our solar here in Fergus, where this battery is going to be placed down in Morris, which is a different, I would say, load pocket for us. There's different characteristics of the MISO market in that area that we're going to be able to study. And so it's different in those cases. Obviously, this one's much smaller. And so we're not creating or capturing the economies of scale like you would at the 75 megawatt, which that's a very low cost battery project that the company's put before you. This one is more focused around research and how we can operate it to maximize prices in the MISO market. It's not integrated with our own renewables like the one here in town, but it'll be integrated closer to the university's wind instead.
And then my final question is, so the reporting requirements that are outlined in your preferred decision options and in Commissioner Partridge's new one will essentially ensure that the utility is reporting back on the benefits of operating this type of BESS, which the exact technology is not yet determined. We have a cost cap that I still am a little uneasy with the costs that are being put on your customers versus on Otter Tail's customers versus Morris, that I don't know if we'll hear what the department thinks and others about that, but and we don't have like the information in here that shows necessarily why it's a cost-effective resource for Otter Tail to recover the cost through the rider from, but those energy cost savings will come in a future, in the actual renewable resource rider, which I know, but you wouldn't move forward with purchasing the battery if you don't have the approval now from the commission, but yet we're being asked to saddle ratepayers with those costs without the full information to see what the financial benefit to customers is. So again, like I don't know what my question is, but I'm just a little uneasy with the cost mechanism and recovery of costs that you've proposed under this, and appreciate that the department has said that they think we should approve it, but I don't think off the surface we're hearing a whole lot now to justify moving forward with a pilot for a battery technology where it's still not determined. The benefits to Otter Tail customers aren't really expressly clear in my estimation, but I'll turn it over to other commissioners for questions, and maybe through the discussion, others will become more comfortable, but I'm just still a little uneasy with the amount of money you're asking Otter Tail Power customers to pay for a relatively small pilot, which I know will be important for Morris, and I'm not trying to undermine that, but it is an expensive project for your customer base. And that maybe that's something else that I didn't see in your petition, but is this something that you're going to seek recovery from North and South Dakota for too, through rider recovery in some area, or costs will be shared across your 3 jurisdictions, Mr. Grenier?
Chair, Stephen, Commissioners, we plan to directly assign this through the renewable resource adjustment, so all costs would be coming from Minnesota customers.
Okay, Mr. Teglin, did you have any response to that exchange or other information that you wanted to add about the overall cost to Otter Tail customers that you've recommended we approve in the cost cap?
Thank you for the question, Chair Stephen. The department on initial read had a similar eyebrow-raising reaction to the cost per megawatt in capacity. I think there are a couple of mitigating factors that make this a worthwhile pilot to pursue from the department's perspective. One, the duration of the battery is longer than a lithium-ion battery, so the one-to-one comparison with a lithium-ion battery like the one in Hoot Lake is not entirely appropriate.
You mean like it will last 20 years, or do you mean the amount of dispatch?
Both, in fact.
But how do we know that? Sorry to interrupt, but how do we know that if they haven't picked the technology yet either?
Our understanding is that flow batteries have a longer lifespan, depending. The chemistry varies a little bit, but each of those chemistries lasts longer than a lithium iron phosphate battery, like in Hoot Lake. And the duration is from 6 to 8 hours as opposed to a 4-hour duration. The technology also should perform better in the cold, which the department views as one of the central learnings from this pilot project. We are a bit concerned about performance curves generally, and for for batteries in the cold, especially lithium batteries, and as the state, both in Otter Tail and in other utilities, are deploying or asking for battery deployments. This is one of the things that's been on our mind. So we're interested to see the results of flow battery performance here, and we think that's a valuable thing to test. Also, given the size of the pilot, the more expensive per megawatt capacity is palatable, given the small size of the pilot.
And what about the arrangement where the LCCMR funding, in Excel battery that was cited in the docket for the long duration energy storage, like the costs that came from other sources helped reduce the overall ratepayer impact. This seems like the subsidy to, or the grant from the state, instead of going to benefit ratepayers, it's going to the University of Minnesota, which I guess it is reducing the overall cost, but so maybe that's not as concerning because it is going to the university, and the overall cost cap, though, is not being significantly lowered. Like your analysis was still done on the cost cap, I assume. So any thoughts on that?
The department is not aware of all of the specific contractual arrangements between the university and the company. We've learned some about those flows today, but the attachment and attachment B with those final costs to ratepayers and the final the contributions that flow from the grant to the university and then back into the project are ones that the department is comfortable with.
Including the $500,000 back from Otter Tail to the university?
We understand that to be in lieu of a reduction in demand charges, which the company has just told us is contractually more straightforward to do this way. Is that right, Mr. Grenier?
Chair Seaman, Commissioners, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, whoever wants to go next, both.
Okay. Thanks, Chair Seaman. So, good morning, Mr. Grenier, and I had several very similar questions to some things that Chair Seaman has already covered, but so this may sound duplicative, but I have similar but maybe more slightly different questions for you. So, on face value, I think this is great to see a partnership between Otter Tail and the University of Minnesota. I think in reading the petition, it wasn't quite clear how the benefit streams were expected to flow. And in fact, there were some contradictions within the petition that I wanted to get to the bottom of. I think one of the concerns that you heard from Chair Seaman that I share is how will the benefits of this project flow toward your ratepayers, since they will be, if we approved the petition as it stands, they would be picking up the bulk of the cost of this project. So one question I had is, I'd like to learn more about the status of the university's microgrid. In some places in the petition, it talked about the U of M at Morris having a microgrid, and then within the university's own goals, on page 11 of the petition, it noted that you wanted to study this technology should you pursue a microgrid. Could you talk a little bit about the status of that? And I just want to caveat that the reason I'm asking is because I think it's important to understand how connected and interactive the university's system is with Otter Tail's system, so that we can get a better picture of how this BESS would interact with both systems if they are separate. Mr. Grenier, maybe you want to start on that?
Yeah, Chair Seaman, Commissioner Partridge, thank you for the question. And so the first question I believe you asked was, how do benefits flow back to Minnesota, our Minnesota customers? And And I see it similar to some of the solar projects that are directly assigned to our Minnesota customers, that those costs flow through our renewable resource adjustment, just like we're proposing here. And so a lot of those costs, or a lot of those benefits, will reduce our energy adjustment rider. And so we see the benefits of the battery here would be similar to the solar, where the costs and the benefits would flow through that, ultimately reducing Minnesota customers' energy adjustment rider. And so, again, we can use this battery to mitigate higher costs and deliver those lower costs to Minnesota customers.
So
on the microgrid, I would definitely allow Brian to jump in. My understanding is right now they do have a small battery on campus. They have a lot of different energy projects, and I don't know if they define that as a microgrid or not, but one of the things that the partners want to study here is the potential for a larger microgrid for the university in the future. And with that, if you don't mind, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Grenier. Thank you, Chair Stephen and Commissioner Partridge. We technically do not have a microgrid at this moment, but our renewable energy, so our two 1.65 megawatt turbines and our 500 kW solar array that power our campus, is all contained within our campus grid. And so that all of those resources right now power our campus first and then are sold onto our transfer to Otter Tail Power Company, any excess that we have. With this project, we will still transfer power outside of our campus grid, but those research hours that Mr. Grenier was talking about does allow us to be able to test and see what would happen for us as a campus to be able to microgrid. We also are thinking about this as a larger project as well, to be able to provide research for other small municipalities and different things like that have other opportunities, and that's part of our research with LCCMR grant, is to be able to do that. And I think we'll be able to demonstrate what could happen with our microgrid, but it will still be outside of our campus meter, technically on the other side of it in Otter Tail's energy grid. I'd be glad to answer more questions.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So one of the areas of confusion I had was how isolated the system and therefore the battery would be. But what you're both telling me is that in fact the battery is going to be interacting with Otter Tail's own system. And to put a finer point on it, I'm going to just ask you a quick question. The hours that are dedicated, are those trade secret? Because I probably read the trade secret version and can't remember if that's public. Can I say that out loud? Phone a friend.
It's a question, Mr. Grenier.
Mr.
Mr.
Grenier, the number of hours that you're allowing Otter Tail to run is that a trade secret number?
Chair Stephen, I don't believe it is. We can share that.
I can share it. I just didn't know if I was allowed to. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
Thank you. So based on the record, it says that the University of Minnesota will have up to 720 hours to request, I believe, to Otter Tail that they would like to operate the battery a certain way and dispatch it to their own system. And then based on my reading the record, that would leave 8,040 hours for which Otter Tail Power can dispatch the battery to benefit its own ratepayers. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Grenier.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, I would have to go back and review, but I believe that's over several years. And so my memory is the university is getting 240 hours a year,
Okay.
and Mr. Herman can definitely correct me, but I believe it's over several years, and that's where the 720 comes in at.
Okay.
And if I can jump in, Chair Stephen and Commissioner Partridge, all of those times that we'll be doing that we will technically be purchasing power off the battery and supplying power under the battery. And those, we have use cases that we would like to demonstrate for a virtual microgrid. Obviously, it'll still be on Otter Tail's grid, but we'll be able to use the data to be able to test out use cases scenarios around demand and also around utilizing the renewable energy that we have on our campus. We have lots of data, but to be able to actually test it out in actual Minnesota conditions would be helpful.
Okay, I think the important question, or the important point there, though, is that for well over 8,000 out of 8760 hours out of the year, and this is for Mr. Grenier, you will be operating this BESS to benefit your system and therefore ratepayers. Is that an accurate statement? Because I think what we're all trying to understand is while we would love to support innovation and learning on the campus, we also are here to protect ratepayers, and so we want to make sure that any investment is directly benefiting and significantly benefiting your ratepayers if we were to agree to approve it. And so if you can give me a better picture of sort of the weight there of how much you will be operating this BESS to benefit your customers.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, I'm going to look that up really quick. I do believe it is the 240 hours annually for 3 years, and that's the 720 number, but we'll check it really quick. So the bottom line is the large majority of those hours are going to be for Otter Tail customers. And I would add to that, any hours that are critical hours are for Otter Tail customers. And so we'll be operating it for Otter Tail customers. And so the only time that we would agree to operate for the university is when conditions are very mild and that they want to test some different scenarios.
And I did see that in the petition, that you have the right to kind of deny the request to operate under the use cases that Mr. Herman mentioned if energy costs are high or you have a reliability issue or other need on the system. So that was helpful. I guess the other piece, there's a couple more. So you said you haven't selected the technology yet, but you have narrowed it down enough to know that this will certainly be a flow battery and will not be duplicative of the technology at Hoot Lake, the lithium iron phosphate.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, that is correct. It will. We have it down to, I think it's the 4 vendors that we included in our initial petition. And none of those technologies are lithium. They all are flow battery type technologies.
Okay. And then I think that you had within the petition, it mentioned that you're extending the south feeder to make it the primary feed for the campus. And it mentioned that in your petition that that's going to allow for extra capacity. Is that going to allow for extra capacity just at the university? Would that be university-owned resources, or would that be a grid benefited Otter Tail resource?
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, the benefits there would be shared, not just the university, but it would alleviate a lot of the issues that we maybe see possible issues in the future on our distribution system there, possibly even transmission. And so Morris is one of probably our most progressive community in Minnesota, a lot of distributed generation in the community. And so we see this as kind of a great time to adjust that feeder and that it'll allow more capacity on the entire feeder and back all the way back to that substation to mitigate any push on the transmission in the future. And so we see this as a nice time to do that and allow for more capacity for any customer that wants to add DG to that substation.
Okay. I have one more question, and then I will turn it over to others, so I'm sure I have lots of questions as well. And that would be, I think what you heard from Chair Sieben and what you're hearing from me is that, this is a really promising, exciting project. There's some gaps, I think, in our understanding of how the costs and benefits will play out. And I know that we have in here, and you don't have to necessarily answer this immediately, we have in here this idea of a post-selection compliance filing. And I'm wondering if, I'm just throwing this out here, if you would be able to include an economic analysis within that post-selection compliance filing to maybe lay out the costs and the flow of benefits of the technology once you have selected the specific technology within that compliance filing.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, that could be a challenge as far as, part of the research that we're doing here is trying to quantify how we might try to operate this and optimize the BES to try to capture energy arbitrage. I'm trying to think here how we might do that. We can talk at a high level as far as the benefits we're trying to capture with the battery, but monetizing those can be very challenging as far as, looking out in some kind of forecast. I'm just trying to think of how we might do that with any kind of accuracy. We can definitely put numbers together, but they would be some kind of forecast, and I'm not sure the validity of that. But we can definitely talk at a high level as far as the benefits that we are trying to capture here, and maybe the benefits of our current load management system, because we would hope that it operates somewhat similar to that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grenier. And I do recognize it's a pilot, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I think that's helpful to let us know kind of what you might be able to provide that could give us a better picture going into it of what benefits would flow back to Otter Tail's system.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Yeah, I think I share similar concern with the Chair Sieben and Commissioner Partridge on this thing. I think critical flaw in this application is that we don't have a copy of the contract between Otter Tail and campus. How can we approve this one without seeing that actual financial contract between two parties? Because that has clear impact to ratepayer impact. Okay, being said, I'll just try to figure it out. Since whatever we say here is just a statement, no evidence in this, because we do not have the copy of that contract. So, question to Otter Tail. So, who is going to own the capacity accreditation rights of this capacity?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, Otter Tail will own all capacity rights, all operating rights, and I would say that our contract terms are basically in that Appendix B, as we discuss the contribution that Morris is bringing through the LCCMR funds. The rest of the contract basically lays out project equipment procurement, things like that. But we'd be happy to share that contract in the Executive Secretary's compliance filing if that's what the Commission approves.
Okay, and then who will have injection and withdrawal rights to the battery? I heard that campus will have up to 240 hours. So campus will own that rights. And then what is you can stop that when there is a reliability issue, that's one thing. What is your definition of when LMP is high? Do you have that term in the contract? What's the price you stop Morris campuses using this battery?
Commissioner Sieben, Chair Hom, I don't think we have a specific price. We get to basically say no is what we get, and that's in the contract. And so Otter Tail, how we manage our system through load management is, we actively have a trigger price that, monitors system LMPs and triggers load control based on that. And so what we would do is likely is if our trigger price, if the market is in a situation where it's at our trigger price or above, we would not allow the university to do any kind of testing or anything like that.
So not having numbers signed in contract and you claim that you can judge when you can curtail it or not. So I think that's very legally very curious what that means. And the next one is what is the overall need for the university campus? Can university campus have access energy from those 3 power plants we just mentioned, 2 wind turbines and 1 potentially future solar panel? What is the university's need at the peak and overall energy usage?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, if I may hand that one over to Mr. Herman, if you're okay taking that one.
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Grenier, and thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioner Hun. If I understood your question correctly, and please help me if I'm not, we have the 2 existing wind turbines, 1.65 megawatts, and we also do have in place and in production a 500 kW solar array that does provide power to the campus. Our load is different depending on the time of the year, and in the summer our max load is about 1.5 megawatts, and during the winter time it's about 1 megawatt. And so the battery is sized close to that, but again, our determination was to make it a size that was manageable for research. And I will, if I could just answer part of your other question, we are completely comfortable and have worked through this with Otter Tail that if there are any needs on the system, that we would postpone our testing. And I will say our testing will still be buying power from Otter Tail. It is not a free exchange of power, because you're doing this basically in a virtual manner, because the connection to the battery is on the other side of the meter, not on the university side of the meter.
So once again, there is no set term, so there is only another hand waving, so it's not written in the contract. It is just understanding between 2 parties.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, if I may, I see not having a price in the contract as actually more flexible for the company, that at any time we can deny the request, and having a number in there would actually make it so we would have to respond to their request. And we've seen the last 2 weeks with MISO energy prices just jumping all over the place. We want to maintain flexibility as we control our load management assets out there. So respectfully, I believe not having an actual number in there as far as what an LMP might be is more flexible, because at any time we can deny the request.
Okay, so when there is not enough energy generated from these 3 power plants to serve campus, so battery cannot charge it, but battery need being charged. Which energy are you going to use to charge this battery? Do you have a nearby renewable, or you are just using the MISO market energy to charge it?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, if I understood your question, you're asking when the university is a load and they don't have excess generation, what will happen? How will we charge the battery?
Yep.
Yes, we will charge the battery from the grid.
So at that time, we don't know whether we are using renewable to charge this battery, or we are using the energy from Coyote or your other coal plants charging this.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, that is correct. It's an asset that we would be charging, and we would not know the makeup of that energy going into that battery. That is correct.
So have you?
I can say that area. One reason why typically there's a lot of very low LMPs in the area is because it is a very, very wind-rich area, as we've seen from the campus with their wind. We've seen other wind, but you're correct. If the wind isn't blowing on campus, there may not be other wind in other pockets there as well.
Yeah, in the night, wind is not blowing, you have to use coal plants to charge it, right?
Commissioner Hom, that would be determined by the MISO market as far as what generators are running at the time. It could be coal, it could be low-cost natural gas. It depends.
So have you done any analysis showing that that's very low likely in probability whether it will have a good chance it will use a renewable energy to charge it?
Commissioner Hom, we know from, I can't say that we've done deep analysis, but we know that load pocket where Morris is situated, that, if I pulled up the MISO map right now, I'm guessing it's very, very cheap energy. We know today's a windy day. There's a lot of wind out there. And so in general, it's just an area of a lot of wind. And so we know that the majority of the time it's going to be charging with local renewables.
Okay. Also, you mentioned that you are going to learn the lesson from operating this battery so you can help Otter using this battery in the future, right? That's one of the benefits you are claiming.
Chair Seaman, Commissioner Hom, that is correct.
That knowledge, will it only apply to Minnesota, or that knowledge will help North Dakota and South Dakota in the future?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, we're going to work with our project partner, the university, to our honor report and to publish that report. And it's not just probably Minnesota customers, but it could be nationwide. Anyone that's interested in this technology, if there's benefits there. The university is a research university, and I know they have a lot of data from a lot of different projects they've done that has moved the needle in a lot of different areas of science. And so we don't look at it as something that will just benefit the city of Morris, the campus of Morris, just Minnesota customers, but hopefully there's benefits here. We recognize that, nationwide can be learned.
But I think that statement will contradict what you said. I think you said you can control how Morris campus is going to use this battery, and now you are saying that their research will be very useful after you heavily control their research.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, could you ask your question again? I guess I'm not following.
So previously you said you can control how Morris campus is using, but also here you say Morris campus is doing more experiment with this project so we can learn the lesson from it. But I don't know that research can be very valuable if you heavily control, third party is controlling this outcome.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, I guess I'm not saying that we're controlling the university. I'm looking at more of the benefits as far as looking at something that's a non-lithium, an alternative to lithium, and seeing how that operates in colder temperatures, and just seeing the benefits there and the research we might find out there, that's maybe something that Otter may want to replicate, at different substations, maybe in distributed, generation type situations where maybe we want to put in a megawatt or two of this chemistry at different substations in the future. And so I think as we look at that, those benefits, it might be something that other utilities, in any cold climate environment could benefit from.
Okay, so I understand also Excel Energy and Great River Energy both have a 2-flow battery project going on in Minnesota. Do you think it will be different from that technology? We can distinguish between those and yours?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom. Yeah, I believe our chemistries that we've proposed here, if you look at my initial filing, page 6, we've talked about vanadium, redox flow, zinc aqueous, iron flow batteries. I believe those are different technologies than what those other universities are using. And we specifically, other utilities are using. We specifically, wanted to look at different technologies here, different chemistries here.
Okay, thank you. So during this discussion that at times Morris campus will withdraw energy from this battery, and statement was we are buying energy from that battery. Is it going to be a retail sales or the wholesale sales?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, thank you for asking that question. I want to make sure that that's definitely clear here. And so the battery is on our side of the meter, and that's a sale to the university, just like any other kilowatt hour that they would buy from Otter Tail. And so we're going to have metering set up, at the battery, and obviously on campus, and we're going to have it set up where we can virtually look at the power flows and see, at a certain interval, which way the power is flowing. But as far as the university, they won't know without looking at that meter data, if the energy is coming from the battery or if it's just coming from our grid. They're going to pay for it all the same way, and they won't know the difference until we actually pull the data off of the battery and look at different flows and at different times. But they stay the exact same customer as they always have, and that's why we wanted to put it on our side, so we'd have more control over the battery, and it would make billing much, much simpler.
So it'll be a retail sales, and you already have a standing service agreement, or the Morris campus is your retail customer?
Commissioner Hom, yes, they are on a standard tariff. We do have another service agreement with them that we do purchase their excess wind energy from them, but that's a completely separate contract, has nothing to do with this.
So as of today, what is your demand contract with the Morris campus?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, our demand contract, we don't have a specific demand contract. They're on our large general service rate, just like many other customers where they pay for, a customer charge, energy charge, and a demand charge. I'd have to look up what exactly that tariff is, but it's not a specific arrangement different than any other large customer in the Morris community.
Then what is the reason you are giving $500,000 rebate to the campus in lieu of the demand?
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, thanks for that question. So initially, project partners wanted to put this battery on the university side of the meter, and that would have been much more complicated for Otter Tail to control it and Otter Tail customers to get system benefits. The university is contributing a large portion to the project through this LCCMR grant funding, and we wanted to recognize that benefit they're providing, but we did not want to put it on campus. And so if it was we did not want to put it on their side of the meter, but if it was on their side of the meter, they would be receiving lower demand charges. And so the arrangement that we worked out was, let's place it on Otter Tail's side of the meter. Otter Tail can control it much easier. It keeps the billing much cleaner. And then we would give them something that it's much less than actually their demand charges, but we would provide them some sort of compensation for putting on our side of the meter and making things simpler to recognize their large contribution to the project. And so with the caveat that those dollars would have to go towards future energy projects. And I'll just say that, I do manage Otter Tail's energy efficiency eco programs, and the university has been probably our best participant in those programs over the years. Now, that does save them energy, of course, but it does provide us some benefits too. So we've seen the projects that they do, provide a lot of benefits to our customers. And so we see them doing more projects in the future as far as energy efficiency. One project that we've been working with them for quite a while, if I may, is converting their and Mr. Herman, I hope this is okay for me to talk about, but converting their steam system over to geothermal across buildings on campus. And so again, it's a great way that we could possibly decarbonize the campus, and we can move them further down that electrification road. And so, these dollars, are likely going to go to a project like that.
I understand. I agree with you. It's a great potential project. But who's going to give out that $500,000? Your shareholder or ratepayers?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, those dollars would be capitalized, and they would be recovered from Minnesota customers.
So actually, you are asking ratepayers to pay for the good project, which may not directly relate to the benefit ratepayers.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, well, we believe that there are going to be benefits that we do share with those customers, and we believe that we have a project here that the university is still contributing over $1 million towards that project. We're working on agreements with other vendors that, they have in-kind contributions, lowering their costs by 50%. And so we believe that there's a lot of other benefits flowing into this from not only the university, but another significant vendor that's providing in-kind contribution to this. So there are benefits as far as lowering the cost and capturing that for customers.
Okay, thank you. This is my last question. So I was going to ask you how you're going to treat this contribution. Are you going to use a kayak, and what is the final value of the kayak if you're using it?
Yeah. Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, what's likely going to happen here is, let me try to think about what is happening here. I know we talked about a kayak, and I don't remember if that's where we landed, but I believe that off the top of my head, that does make the most sense, that would probably be just give me a second here, how that's going to work. Okay, so it will not be a kayak is what I'm positive of. What will happen is the university is going to be paying some of the invoices as they come in. So if you looked at that attachment B, you'll see that the university is purchasing those items. I don't believe that we're going to look at as a kayak, the items that they're purchasing.
So,
and at the end of the project, we would be making a payment to them of $500,000.
So it's not going to be treated as a kayak, but it will lower your overall capital cost. You will rate base.
Commissioner Hom, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then if you rebate that $500,000, that can be additional rate base.
Commissioner Hom, that is correct. That would be recognized as capital and increase our rate base.
Okay, then who is responsible for the O&M for the portion that university contributing? And then what is if there is any damage to that portion, who's going to pay for that fixed O&M?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, Otter Tail is going to to cover the O&M going forward on the battery. We are the owner. We are the operator of the battery, and so we will be making sure that all the software is maintained, supported, updated, make sure everything's secure, and we will have insurance on it, and so we will be paying the O&M going forward, and you can see that in page 2 on Appendix B.
Okay, so all those O&M, variable O&M, fixed O&M, and the insurance premium, any portion will be paid by your shareholder, or will it be fully borne by ratepayers?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, we would be requesting for recovery of that through the renewable resource adjustment, so that would be coming. We'd be requesting it from customers.
Okay, thank you.
I can go quick. Thank you, Chair Sieben. Thank you, Mr. Grenier. I'll just say, most of the thoughts that I had have been already answered, or questions I had have been answered. But one thing I was wondering about, Mr. Grenier, is I have heard through kind of other venues that, in particular, natural gas construction costs have dramatically increased over the last 6 months, and that the storage market, storage participants are kind of following suit. They're following their friends in the natural gas world. And I'm kind of wondering, since these negotiations that you've had here were, several months ago, are you concerned that you'll see higher prices come through when you actually get to signing the deal?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, thank you for the question. We have pricing before us that basically matches what's in Appendix B. We have that pricing before us right now. We can execute on these contracts here, hopefully for the most part in the next several weeks. So we've been waiting for this commission meeting to get that approval.
So you're locked in then, right?
For the most part, we did have one vendor send us something earlier this week that basically, if prices will be going up in the future if we don't get that contract done here soon. And so our plan is that, if we are able to gain approval today, that'll kick off some more internal approvals at executive level. It'll kick off contracts, and we'll be able to get those things locked down. We've done a due diligence, working through sourcing and making sure that we're asking all the right questions to vendors, making sure that security is paramount as far as cybersecurity, things like that, making sure that the battery is going to function as we've asked or as we've requested. So we're ready to go, I would say. But we are locked in those prices for the most part, as long as we do respond here soon.
Okay. And then, thank you, I appreciate that. And then the second question I had was, when you've done your analysis and your economic analysis of the projects, have you incorporated MISO's higher capacity costs going forward, or are you looking at lower numbers from before they had the slope demand curve, the reliability-based demand curve?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, whenever we do economic analysis, we try to use the latest numbers that we see from MISO, similar to what we'd use in a resource plan. And so those are the numbers that if we were to submit something to you in the future, we would be using the latest numbers that we have to prove this out. Okay,
that's helpful. I'll just say, I think Mr. Grenier has answered all of my questions, and I'm ready to move. So.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Grenier. Just as long as I'm tracking, and I appreciate this pilot is trying to deal with that difficult question we've had in a lot of IRPs, your IRP, all the IRPs, and that is a lot of advocates come before us and say storage, 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 as opposed to natural gas. And here you're trying to create that learning here in Minnesota for Minnesota ratepayers. But your obligation for prudency in operating this somewhat unknown facility, okay, doesn't go away. You are still going to have to show us when you come to the rider that you acted prudently in the acquisition of energy, because that's going to be the benefit that's happening here. It's going to be the reduction of energy costs because you're buying in a wind-rich area, cheap. I have a hard time imagining ever buying energy off a coyote, but I suppose it could happen because we know energy flows as energy flows. But I would find it to be surprising that it would in that situation. And I look at decision option 6, E and F, in Commissioner Partridge's, and it made me feel even more comfortable. It says learning to optimizing the best energy arbitrage response to transmission congestion or local emergency outages, additional financial value streams to be identified, and then also understanding the impact the best on the distribution system in that area. I would think we would have some learning or some discussion, and I hope this is what you plan on doing, is discussion about when is it operating? Is it operating primarily when our wind is blowing? In other words, feeding in, buying power off the grid. Is that going to be part of these lessons learned as we carefully examine the prudency of this facility?
Yeah, Commissioner, or Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, that's exactly what we're after here is, if you look at our traditional load management resources, we're hitting a switch, opening up a relay, and shutting things off, okay? And that's very one-dimensional is what I would say. And so here we have an opportunity for the first time to operate much different, where now we can, as you were saying, inject that low-cost energy into a resource. And so that's what we're excited about, and it's, and trying to optimize how we do that, and then also how we dispatch that battery as well. And so for us, as we implement our new advanced load management system that this commission has supported and approved, we're thinking about some of these things in a different way as far as, how we can optimize these resources that we have out there. If it's a water heater that maybe you don't, fully fill up, and you can at different times when LMPs are low, you can maybe top it off and capture some of that through a different sort of, energy storage system. But that's what we're excited about here as well, is capturing those benefits and, through optimization of that battery and low-cost LMPs.
Part of one of my concerns, I kind of heard this in some of the questioning, that we should expect North Dakota and South Dakota to pay for this because there's going to be some overall benefits because of the reduction in energy. We pay for these kind of projects. But again, I look at this as a pilot, okay? And I also want to have your input because we would never do this pilot if we would expect North Dakota and South Dakota to approve it. It's just not going to happen in this environment. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. That would be my perception. The pilot would never happen if we were to wait on North and South Dakota in this situation at this time with the lessons we're trying to learn. Would that be your assessment?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I would agree with your assessment there. That's correct.
And Mr. Herman, this is a long way from the first time we met about 10 years ago talking about batteries. I won't say it's the end of the journey, but it certainly is a significant milestone, I think, in your relationship with Otter Tail and how you've worked together. So I guess I want to give your impression of the working relationship that you've developed with Otter Tail over this last decade and how you see this relationship continuing forward.
Chair Stephen and Commissioner Tuma, I really appreciate that question, and I think we've been very fortunate to have an excellent partner in Otter Tail Power Company, both with before my time here in my role, and then since we started this project. And you were correct, this has been just about 10 years in the making, and it's a really significant opportunity for us to be able to partner. I remember our first meeting with Otter Tail Power Company, and again, what I appreciate from there is the questions that all of you are asking is about about costs and rate base and different things like that. We, as a university, are able to bring in the ability for us to study things and to think about things that new technologies will bring to us. And I think this is an outstanding opportunity, and we've been really, really pleased with our partnership, and it's been a great working relationship. It's with two large entities. There's always more things to think about and work together on. I think that has made it a better project, and I think that this will be a successful project, and we're really excited about it. When LCCMR, when we presented this to them, they were very excited about this opportunity to partner with a utility and have a public-private partnership to be able to demonstrate something that will have a benefit for all of Minnesota. And I agree with Mr. Grenier's comments. We've had interest already nationally around this project and the unique nature of this being in a climate that has high variability, right? So today we're experiencing a very, very variable climate, and we're going to see that with cold and with hot, and to be able to have a battery that works in both would be good. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, Mr. Herman, there's been a lot of discussion of the $500,000, and Mr. Grenier has had a chance to discuss on the relationship. I think you hit on it. You have two very different institutions that are also large. You have a lot of give and take that goes into those deals. So I wasn't as bothered by the $500,000, but it seems like there is some concern here on the commission. So I wanted to give you a chance to address that relationship and why you think it is in the public interest, is what we have to decide. Is this going to be beneficial for ratepayers in the long run? And how do you view that in that setting from the university side?
Thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioner Tuma. I appreciate that question as well. And we have to discuss the $500,000 as well with LCCMR and their approval to allow us to utilize that. One of the parts that we're thinking long about is when this needs to be decommissioned in 20 or 25 years. And I may be in this chair, I might not be in this chair, but I want to make sure that my predecessor has some funds for that decommissioning. But also, depending on what we need to set aside in the dollars, we would like to continue to study this both with student and staff time. We have an outstanding student body that has done a lot of research on renewable energy, and to be able to have them continue to do that work on this project and look at how it connects the questions about the microgrid previously, is to be able to do some of that analysis and to have staff time and student time, and also to think about some of the other projects, as Mr. Grenier mentioned, is that we have to think about how to decarbonize our thermal load on our campus, and so thinking about ways we can do that as well, and using some of those dollars to do that. The number came about from thinking about 20 years of potential demand savings, as Mr. Grenier has mentioned, and so we're looking at this as we're going to save some of it if LCCMR allows us to do that for future decommissioning, but then also for research. So thank you for that question.
And that's because you could have built the battery yourself. You could have went out and bought the battery yourself and put it behind the meter, and that takes away all the learning we could get on the energy benefits that could be created by Otter Tail running it, a significant amount of time. Hearing a lot of feedback, so I apologize. Hopefully you got that question.
Hopefully I understand, Chair Sieben and Commissioner Tuma. You're 100% correct. The main reason that we went to Otter Tail Power Company originally was that we think there's the benefit to be able to look at how this works in the grid, along with our microgrid, but to be able to have the ability to have research and data on how it would impact the greater grid of Otter Tail Power Company, but I think also other utilities in Minnesota and across the country. We are in a unique position to be able to look at a non-lithium solution in a climate that is very, very rich in wind and renewable energy. And so that's where we started this project, and that's where we continue with it. And it's really critically important for us to be able to have the ability to see how it actually works with the energy grid and also with our campus. And so the partnership is critical to be able to have both of those. You're correct. We could have written grants and tried to obtain funds just to put it on our side of the meter, which would be one side of the story and not both sides of the story. So thank you.
I don't put that much value on the decommissioning. I think the battery's on your property, but hopefully we're not good. Neither of us will be here. In 20 years, we'll be enjoying retirement, Brian. But Otter Tail, I guess, is going to be decommissioning it. They own the battery, and we would expect them to leave the property as they would. But they are taking up some of your property for that, and so I do see the value of that shared real estate interaction going on there. Even though I would value it less in that the fact of the lessons learned and to be able to do this and partner with you and have those lessons learned. So Otter Tail is working with an academic institution. You're learning something. They're learning something together. I remember when we first started talking to Otter Tail and you, the relationship wasn't that vibrant, and it's getting more vibrant as we go along. And if we're going to succeed in that last 20% of decarbonization that everybody talks about, batteries have to be part of this. And if we don't learn the lessons now, we're going to be doing a whole lot of off-ramps in the future trying to figure this out that will look just like pilots. And so I think, given the cost of this is a smart use of our money and a smart relationship to develop with you. So I'm not as bothered by that money going forward. It's a pilot, is how I see it. And anybody knows I'm going to be the most loudest about going after North Dakota to pay for this, but I just don't see North Dakota coming and doing this. And that's me pontificating at this stage, Mr. Herman. So you don't have to answer anything there. I appreciate your participation.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuma. One last question I have is about the ITC tax benefits of the project. The department, I think I'm most frustrated, to be honest, that the analysis that you've submitted in here isn't really clear about some of the important financial metrics that we look to the department to normally provide. So, for example, on page 6 of your October filing, you say the department writes that the petition notes that the total project cost, which since it's not trade secret, my working understanding is like 6.8 million or 4.8 for Otter Tail customers. It says the petition notes that the total project cost will be reduced by any applicable tax credits and a contribution from UMN Morris. And then that's actually quoting the Otter Tail petition. And then the department adds, this amount will greatly reduce the initial project costs for Otter Tail Power customers. So, Mr. Teglin, can you explain obviously there must be some, I know the ITC tax guidance is still changing, and when the petition was filed, the Otter Tail says earlier that it would be a 40% compensation, but I don't understand why then it says that the company will compensate UMN Morris for up to half of its initial capital contribution based on ITC benefits. Why wouldn't the ITC benefits go back to Otter Tail Power customers, or am I just reading that incorrectly or not understanding? Because I think the reason this is rushed and we're doing this petition approval now potentially is so they can qualify for the ITC credits. If that reduces costs to customers, to Otter Tail Power customers by 40%, of 4.8 million, or whatever the other, applicable tax credits are, that makes it a lot easier for the commission to approve. But I'm not quite sure where we're headed here. It didn't show up in your analysis clearly enough.
Joe Siebens, Commissioners, I can
Yeah, please state your name for the record, too.
Bhavin Pradhan with the Department of Commerce. From our interpretation of the petition, we understood that the ITC benefits would flow to the OTP, and that would go to Morris. That is what my reading of the petition was. Based on what we wrote here, we said what we cite from the petition, it says it will reduce the initial project cost of the OTP customers, is what we thought the flow of the ITC would be to.
So the overall capital cost for purchasing the battery, you think that those benefits would go to Otter Tail, and then they would further reduce the Morris's contributions to the overall project? Why would we do that? Or if Otter Tail's owning the battery and the energy benefits are supposedly, Mr. Grenier, do you agree with that? And why would we want that to be the situation?
Yeah, Chair Stephen, I can assure you that what's going to happen here is all ITCs will be credited back to our customers through the renewable resource adjustment. There was some discussion early on with the university and us that they were contributing towards the battery, and if they could capture some of the ITCs that they were contributing to, and since that that's just not something that works for Otter Tail. And,
did you correct that, Mr. Grenier? In the department filed this on 10/9, and then you're expecting the commission to move forward with a cost cap with essentially saying like the costs are going to be recoverable through a new rider, the renewable resources rider, so we shouldn't worry about the overall cost to customers. I'm a little bit frustrated that we're at this situation and we don't have a clear accounting of the costs that are attributable to your ratepayers. And so I'm curious to, like, just because I know we're getting at that time where people need a break, I think we need to have a more thorough accounting of what you're actually asking for and what the costs would be, how the costs would be attributable to ratepayers before I'm comfortable at least going forward saying that all of the benefits of a system resource, that, there's other battery technology that's being developed in cold weather climates in Minnesota, whether we should attribute all of the costs only to Minnesota jurisdictional customers without a clear articulation of what costs you're actually shouldering onto your customers at this time. It's just like this, there's not enough analysis here for me to be comfortable saying you should be able to recover all of your costs in a rider. And we'll just wait to see what those costs are in the future rider filing. I don't mean to interrupt you, and if so, go ahead and respond to the ITC thing, but this is kind of incredible to me that we're at this point.
Chair Stephen, I understand your frustration there. I will look through my record here and see if I corrected that or if I explained that better. But as you said, or as you asked, my response is that all ITCs will be monetized by Otter Tail and passed through to our customers. That is my guarantee. And so do we know what that amount is? We don't know that amount. Over the summer, obviously, we had some changes with the Big Beautiful Bill and things like that. And so we believe that it's going to be 40%. The question is on which pieces in attachment B, as far as line items, what it'd be applicable to, and that's something we're still trying to figure out. but it's going to be, significant and further bringing those project costs down.
Okay, well, in light of that and some of the other questions raised, I would propose, commissioners, that we, that potentially just lay this over and don't take action on it today and allow for the department and the company to file like an updated accounting of what they're actually asking for in the cost cap and what they would like to attribute costs to be to the, essentially like to go through the rider later and more clearly articulate the different cost scenarios that could be changing because of the tax guidance. I don't want to like stifle this entirely, and I understand that you need to move forward to secure the potentially secure the benefits of the costs that were cited in the trade secret, but like we also don't really still have a firm understanding of which project you're asking for, and I just think a little more economic analysis before moving forward with a pilot like this is, at least in my estimation, it would help. And I think, again, like some of this challenges with the department's like rather thin economic analysis of why we should move forward with a pilot now at this time. So I don't know, commissioners, if you're comfortable with that, but I just think we'd all benefit and feel more comfortable moving forward if we had updated numbers and facts available to us. Commissioner Hom and then Commissioner Tuma.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I can go with it, given that I had I was really struggling reading these dockets, and because I didn't see much of information that, particularly that not having the contract. Being said, if you are going in that route, I wish the department is taking a deep look into how utilities using ITC. One of the prior docket, I don't know whether it was Otter or someone else, saying that ITC will not fully depreciate asset right away. They will put that in the regulatory asset and amortize over the year. I wish we can have an analysis in two different ways to do it. We fully depreciate at the time of the receiving that credit versus amortizing that over the year. What is the ratepayer impact in two different methodologies? Because it's not a PTC, it's ITC one-time rebate. I think ratepayer should get the best value out of it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I appreciate where you're coming at. I looked at 4C in the decision options as addressing that, where it talks about investment tax credit information calculations provided with future cost recovery filings. But as I see it now, I suppose it could be, we could get a little more information up front. I'm struggling with how to do that because I'm not as concerned about this pilot and the amounts that I want them to run through a whole bunch more rigmarole to get there. So, I mean, if we're going to lay it on the table, it would be nice to instead ask them to do a compliance filing of the things that you're looking for in greater detail, and even maybe from there consider a negative checkoff type process where the department and the commission as a whole, we can look at it and say, is this okay? And go to the executive secretary if they explain it quite well. I'm again, as obviously I'm not as concerned about this pilot, the concerns of the cost, but I understand where you're coming from. I'm trying to just make sure that we don't come back and spin our wheels again, that we have some clarity on what we're looking for. So again, I'm not as nervous about it, but I was trying to see if there's maybe a better process timing-wise so that we can keep it moving forward.
And Commissioner Tuma, I appreciate that, but if we're approving a cost cap now, then you think that with the assurance that the tax benefits, and Otter Tail said in their reply that they, and Mr. Grenier said, they're going to pass ITCs through the rider back to customers, then I guess like we're telling them to move forward with the pilot, but just assuming that we'll get the actual benefits of the pilot in the financial impact to customers in the rider, but we're already approving a cap, and so, I mean, I guess we could do that, but it's like, is everybody,
What I'm trying to find is middle ground, Madam Chair.
I understand that, but I'm trying to express concern that, in my estimation, the department also didn't do a very robust job of actually cost-checking the benefit of the pilot for Otter Tail Power customers. They obviously looked at it from the perspective of Morris, which I love Morris. I think you guys are doing great work, and this is nothing against Morris or the project that you want to move forward with. I'm just more concerned that we have done enough review to say, go forward with this. We think all your numbers are going to shake out, and then we'll verify it in the rider recovery. Because, again, the filing was very thin on behalf of Otter Tail. It just is. The costs are shifting around. We don't know who's recovering the costs, except all we hear today is they're all going to Minnesota jurisdictional customers, which is a very small subset of people for a relatively high price. The cost cap we would be approving is $4.8 million, but we're not, I don't know. I see what you're saying, maybe I'm trying to get where you are. You want to move ahead and figure it out in the rider. I'm saying maybe we should have a compliance filing or an additional accounting by the department before we move ahead.
Okay. Now that I can get the teeth marks out of my tongue that I've been biting here for a second. I obviously didn't explain myself well enough, so I apologize for that, Madam Chair. What I'm trying to do is find where I believe is a more efficient way to get to where you want to get without creating much more process, okay? And so what I'm suggesting is that I was satisfied in the way the documents read is we would address that in the rider. You're saying you're not, and I understood that. What I'm saying, if you're not, you want more information on the tax credit impacts. You want more understanding of the relationship on the $500,000. You want clarity on the cap and why the cap is happening. What I was going to try to suggest is to find a timing from Otter Tail and the university to make a compliance filing that comes back to us with that detailed information. And that if the department signs off and none of us commissioners make an objection, it would just go to the executive secretary for final approval. If there is an objection and you wanted to come back in front of the commission, we do that. We do it in a timely way, not wait for an order or whatever. We lay it aside with requests for this additional information from Otter Tail in 30 days or 15 days or whatever, if that makes sense, and then we can proceed forward after we get that more thorough analysis both from the department and the university and the company. That's kind of what I was trying to think. I was trying to find a process that accomplishes what your concerns are without necessarily putting it in limbo land.
I appreciate that, and what I hear you saying is you want to approve Otter Tail moving forward with purchasing the battery so that they can go ahead and purchase at up to the cost cap.
No. Okay, the answer to that is no. I would vote for the motion that's essentially in front of us now, but that I can count, and I'm not seeing that happening. So I'm trying to find an expeditious way to get these questions answered so that Otter Tail can move forward on these contracts before they become stale. And so that's what I'm trying to say.
And then if no one objects to what they file for the cost cap and the full accounting, then they can move forward?
That would be my understanding, and I'm trying to create a negative checkoff where if the department doesn't see any concerns, okay, and any of us commissioners don't see any concerns with that filing, the executive secretary could approve the final pilot at that stage. That's what I'm suggesting. I don't mean it's a little bit different, and I would have to work with staff to find that right, language to make that say what we're saying. But again, I'm trying to accomplish what you're trying to get, and I appreciate that because you're trying to make sure we're doing the right thing for the ratepayers, and absolutely for that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think the trick is of course, the department, Mr. Teglin, do you have any advice here? You supported your petition supported the messy accounting and the unclear cost recovery back to Otter Tail customers. So I'm not sure your position is changing, or it would, or you see benefit in having an additional filing that clarifies the cost to customers versus the cost to the University of Minnesota.
Chair
Or not.
Stephen, the department would see value in an additional compliance filing. Whether or not that's a negative checkoff or an affirmative checkoff, we would take a hard look at it. We could provide analysis, as Commissioner Hamas suggested, of different ways of sorting the ITC, provided some of that information by the company, and we'd be happy to respond to that.
And how long would you need to do that?
Within 30 days of the filing, I think we could accomplish that analysis.
And Mr. Grenier, how quickly can you provide this additional information?
Chair Stephen, I think that 30 days is reasonable.
So 30 days from now, and then 30 days the department would have to respond after they look at it, and then it would be subject to, essentially, then you could move ahead if no one objected after that 60-day period. Is that still going to work for the contracts that you have in front of you?
Chair Stephen, yes, I believe it will. I don't think it will take 30 days, so at most 30 days, but no, we would make this a priority and try to turn this around as quickly as we can. Obviously, there's some holidays coming up here, but this would be a priority for us.
Okay, so if we had you make an additional compliance filing, and then the department has, after we see the department's comments, then there'd be a period after that where there could be a negative checkoff, which would allow for commissioners or our staff to look at what the department has filed in response to your additional petition. And then if there's no objection, then we would essentially proceed as outlined in the decision options. If that's my understanding of what.
Or however they lay it out. I mean, obviously, they would come back to us and say, we've done additional analysis, and here's what we're going to do with clarity, and that would be what makes up the order. I would guess would be the classic old attach the department's filing to a commission order, and the executive secretary signs off on it. If that doesn't happen, we're not comfortable with whatever they provide for us, both the company and the applicant provide for us as analysis. We would come back and ask for it to be set on an agenda, and we would have Mr. Whitty write a full order on whatever we would do at that stage. And so not uncommon that we just do the simple order where, it's just attached.
Okay, maybe we need to talk to staff.
Yes.
And then
I wanna make sure
before
we do.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Before we do that, I just wanted to clarify kind of logistically what we're thinking here. So as I'm hearing it, we would have a compliance filing that could be our top line. We have a new compliance filing. We're asking for additional analysis and detail related to ITC benefits, how they would flow to Otter Tail customers, and more information about the contractual agreement with the University of Minnesota Morris, and then
Decommissioning
and
costs.
decommissioning costs perhaps, and how that would work. And then so long as that comes back to the department and the commission, and the department provides additional analysis, the commissioners all feel comfortable with it, then we would have basically an order that might look similar to what some of our decision options are here, so that we could still require the additional reporting, we could still require some of these additional pieces. Is that,
I would hope they would have very thorough analysis and that all of your bullet points here are included in their compliance filing that they're going to do. So there will be this is
Okay.
our recommendation, and it includes these compliance filings. And I would hope particularly your 6E and F, in my mind,
Yeah.
they're going to be there because I thought they were real valuable. But all of them, if they're smart, are going to be in there, and they might enhance them somewhat too. I don't know.
okay, that I understand now. Because I just wanted to point out that the reporting requirements, because this is a pilot, as you know, Mr. Grenier, we really want to learn from this. And, you know, I do want to recognize that the legislature created a special opportunity in statute for energy storage pilots. So this reporting piece is really important. I think the reporting that the department had added that you agreed to, but also the additional reporting that I had put in, I highly recommend you include that in your filing, because that's really critical to the value of this project. In addition to, of course, the benefits that your customers are going to receive as you deploy the battery. So I am clarified.
I think that's helpful. I just wanted to ensure that the department understands, because if the company is filing additional information that outlines all that was just discussed, then, you know, in negative checkoff, sometimes it is just like, if you don't object to what they filed, then it goes forward. Or do you think that you need to, and I think it would be helpful that the department would bolster your economic analysis of what Mr. Grenier files. And that, I think, is just a little different than a negative checkoff. And I encourage you to do that additional economic analysis, because it will be useful in the rider recovery petition then, and it will be making it clear to us that the department has fully attributed the cost correctly to the right party, and then what your recommendation is. Is that what your understanding, or what the department actually wants to do here?
Chair Sieben, when we came here this morning, we viewed this petition as not fully complete and asked for a compliance filing that we can review for final checkoff. If procedurally it's a negative checkoff, we will provide analysis, even if our analysis is to agree. If you feel more comfortable with an affirmative checkoff, we would be comfortable with that too.
Okay. Why don't we take a short break and we'll consult with staff and then come up with decision options for this. So thank you. The commission stands in recess until 12:15.
Duke that they had had to bow down to.
Okay, we'll come back from our recess and I think Commissioner Tuma, do you have or Commissioner Partridge, I don't know if someone wanted to.
Language coming up, I think it's going to work. We talked through our process a little bit. And so the idea is right there.
Is this only, Commissioner Tuma, just walk me through again. Are you doing this in conjunction with other decision options?
So what happens, this is my understanding will happen, within 30 days, the company shall make a compliance filing with additional information regarding the treatment of the tax benefits, battery technology, any contractual agreements with the university, and a more complete accounting, including anticipated decommissioning costs. So in other words, a more thorough, this is the pilot as it should be ordered. The compliance filing will address all the elements of the pilot, including those reflected in the decision options, in the briefing papers, and the December 18th agenda discussions. In other words, they need to answer the questions that we raised today in this compliance filing. The department then, and they will do that within 30 days. If they can do it before 30 days, obviously it speeds things up. The department then is committed to doing the filing within 30 days with their recommendations on this more thorough analysis. And state whether it approves of the pilot. And then that would be filed with us. And then at that stage, it goes essentially through our consent process where each of us have an opportunity to object. Staff will highlight this for us and review it and get it to us as soon as convenient, but we don't put any time limit on them. They indicated to me they hope to be able to get it in a few weeks to us at that stage. And if any of us object in the consent process, it would then have to come to a full hearing. Otherwise, at that stage, on our normal consent process, WICWINE would approve it and the executive secretary would sign off with the new attached document from both the department and from the applicant as the approved pilot at that stage.
So because I don't remember seeing something like this quite before, and we can't talk about what we're doing. Just bear with me here. We're not approving their best pilot at this point then. We're not doing decision option one.
No, as we discussed before, we're not going to approve anything today. This will only show up in the minutes. It does not need to go into an order, so that speeds things up for the applicant to file. And they'll get a copy of this, but they've all seen the discussion. Mr. Grenier, I think you understand what you have to do to address this, right? And there will not be an order saying, give us this, this, and other thing. You're just expected to respond to the concerns raised today and also in the briefing papers within 30 days. Is that something you can accomplish? And do you understand what we're doing?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I believe I understand that first step, and we will work diligently to meet all the specifics here that you're showing on the screen. I guess my question is then what are the next steps as far as approval? You know, if we come through and deliver these items and the department signs off, the commission looks at it as meeting everything, then when does the approval happen? Is that another commission agenda meeting in the future?
No, only if there's an objection. Our normal consent process, and I'm sure you file things through consent, is that it is submitted to us, and staff looks at it, we'll brief. In this situation, usually it's only briefing one commissioner of the committee, and he finds it to be okay. It is then sent to the executive secretary for approval. But I would anticipate all the five of us will look at it, which we have the right to look at anything that's filed in consent and make an objection at that stage. And so we have a process. How long that will take, I can't say, but it gives staff the flexibility. So the cleaner the work from you and the department is, the simpler it is for them to do their job. And my guess that would be a couple weeks And then we have an opportunity then within about a week of it going consent to make an objection. And so my guess it would be if everybody takes all the time that's here, it would probably be about 90 days. It would be the time frame that you would be looking at. But the sooner you do it, and the sooner the department does it, and the sooner we can run it through consent, arguably it could be done in 60 days. So.
And Commissioner Tuma and Mr. Grenier, I think that your updated filing, it's like throwing me off a little bit that we're calling it a compliance filing, because my mind goes to like it's reliant on our approval of your pilot. But I think we're essentially not doing that today by Commissioner Tuma's motion. We're saying we're essentially like laying it over almost and saying you need to file more information that was discussed today. And then when you file that information, which it doesn't say explicitly here, but I think it should include more information to you, to Otter Tail. The updated filing should address everything we discussed today. It captures some of this, but it doesn't explicitly say that I want to see an updated cost allocation with the ITCs and where those are going or how they're being attributed back to customers, which will essentially like change the cost cap that's in here too. And I think that and we didn't say this explicitly, or I didn't say it explicitly yet, but the $500,000 back to Morris for potential decommissioning costs like doesn't really make sense to me when you're going to own the battery, and how that LCMR grant is going to be used in 20 years for decommissioning. I don't get it, and I don't understand why that. So maybe I'm not making any sense, but I think like all the costs attributable to the pilot need to be more carefully laid out. The department needs to look at it, again, provide analysis and understanding of why it's in not Morris's interest, but in Otter Tail Power customers' interest to approve this. And then it will come back, or it will come to the commission, and if could go through consent, and then the actual costs will be recovered in the rider filing later, of which this analysis will be helpful for completing that rider filing. That's the way I'm thinking about it.
And if you want to add any language, Madam Chair, I just kind of left it kind of open-ended to respond to what we talked about today, but if you want some more specific language that you really are wanting to drive at, I'm more than happy to put that in there, or I think it should be in there if you want some more detail on any particular item. I would hope all of those things would be covered by Otter Tail when they present a new kind of a new fully laid out pilot. And that's probably the better way to describe it, Madam Chair, than the compliance filing, but that was just a term we always use, compliance filing. So, you could say within 30 days, the company shall make a more thorough filing of what their pilot language should be, or would be, or recommended to be. But I think they get it with the way it's drafted, but I'm open.
Mm-hmm. And maybe it should say like a supplemental filing will address, then that would clear up the compliance filing, and something about the decommissioning cost should be it does say including decommissioning costs. Okay, Commissioner Sullivan had something, and then Commissioner Hump.
I'm good.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Since probably I'll be the one who's going to review it, so I need a little more direction from other members. So I think there are decision options here. I think we need to reflect that in that filing. So it can be discussed between Otter and department has to make a final recommendation. That becomes our order. So I think we need a certain direction from these members. And my suggestion is, why don't we work off Otter's preferred option, including the 2C, and then department can counter and negotiate with Otter for anything if there is any deficiency.
Yeah, and if you want to get some language put in there, Commissioner Hom, that makes you comfortable, I'm good with that. I mean, that is what is supposed to happen, is that they're going to eventually lay out the recommendations for us, which will be attached as the order, if everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, I mean,
And it's an affirmative. It's an affirmative. I appreciate that, Mr. Takeman, laying it out as an affirmative agreement. So, yes.
Yeah, I don't need any additional language as long as there's a common understanding. I think a department's comment becomes a final order in the consent. So I think department will bear that burden.
And hopefully, Mr. Teglin, that's clear, but I think it is to me, and the 2C cost recovery cap, that dollar amount has already been said, but it likely will change based on the discussion we already had here today. But you understand that when you make that filing, that is the basis for Commissioner Hom's decision to approve that cap via consent.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, Commissioner Tuma, appreciate the discussion today about this post-hearing procedure. I think we're clear on what the expectations are for the department, and I think you all can expect a thorough review, affirmative checkoff, if you want to call it that, of this supplemental filing.
Can I?
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. So I want to clarify and maybe put a finer point on it, that for the final recommendation, if you find the additional supplemental filing and information, if after a thorough analysis you are recommending approval, that within your recommendations you would include 2C, and this is a proposal for commissioners to consider, 3, 4 all its subparts, 5 all of its subparts, and then the new 6.
Yeah, because essentially we need then, as part of the consent, we need to tag on the additional reporting requirements if it goes forward.
Right. Is that clear?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, that's clear.
Excellent. Okay. And I had one additional thing. I don't think we need to change any language, but this is for, I think, Otter Tail in your supplemental filing and for the department. I think one piece of information that would be helpful, and Mr. Taglin, you mentioned this, that these flow batteries are different from lithium ion. We expect them to have a longer lifetime, lower degradation, longer duration. And so that's part of the value stream that this particular type of technology provides. And so I know that, if you were to just look at the megawatt capacity and the cost, they don't look as favorable as lithium ion batteries. But if there is a way for you to provide a little bit of information or analysis, whether that's Otter Tail or the department, that shows that value of the flow technology that's being selected based on that, longer lifetime and duration.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, we would be happy to provide some analysis, and we would hope that the company also provides some justification after selecting the given battery chemistry of the flow battery that we understand them to be making over the next few weeks.
Thanks. Mr. Grenier, that sounds good to you to provide some of that information?
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, yes, we'd be glad to provide that information, the differences between the lithium and the flow battery. Just a point of clarification, if I may, in this compliance or supplemental filing, am I addressing decision option 6 points E and F. At one time I heard that. I know we've discussed that if I would have clarity in those areas at this point or not, or is that something that's in 2 years from now?
Madam Chair, my intention was that should be included in your compliance filing. And if you want to, enhance it some more, that's certainly okay, but those are very valuable to me. And so, no, you don't have to address them now, but they're being part of the compliance filing that should be in your recommendations to us that you're going to do. That makes sense?
Chair Sieben, can I
Sure, you
further clarify? So you don't need to provide the analysis in your compliance filing, but we do want those reporting requirements to be included ultimately in the decision that we would all adopt if we are comfortable with the information you do file, because those are critically important for us to understand to approve the pilot, or as part of the value this pilot could provide.
Correct. You said it much better than I did. You deserve vacation for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Grenier, that makes sense?
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioners, that makes sense. Basically, we're adopting decision option 6, and parts E and F would come later. It's not this first 30 days. This would be something that would come later, if I understand you correctly.
With a fine point on it, you'll be proposing decision option 6 in your proposal that'll come to us, which we will adopt after we get it back from you, but that's semantics. You're correct.
Yep.
Okay, is the motion clear for everyone? And this is all still based on the fact that cost recovery overall, even if this goes through consent, you're still subject to prudency review in the rider. And so I'll only put an additional fine point on that. Mr. Grenier, your obligation is to look out for ways to minimize costs to Otter Tail Power customers, and that's what I will at least be looking for in the supplemental filing, and then later in your cost recovery filing for the approval of these projects. And again, that's not speaking to the overall merits of the project or the benefits Morris will get from it, but that is our job here as economic regulators of your utility, and we know you share those same goals. So thanks for sticking with us through the relatively rough hearing here today. And if anybody has any other comments, otherwise we can proceed to vote on Commissioner Tuma's amended motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Thank you. Commissioners, do you want to take a break before we take up item 2, or do you want to proceed?
It will not be a fast one either, so it'll take a little time, I think, so.
How much time would you like?
A break? Do you want to do lunch? I'm half hour at least.
Up to you guys. Okay, we'll come back at 12:45. I mean, not 12:45.
105.
1:15? 1:05? I don't care.
115. Yeah.
Okay, 1:15. The commission stands in recess. The parties can come forward if you're in the next item.
I will cue you, Ms. Ball.
The commission will come back from its recess and we'll take up our second item of the day. Mr. Panay, please introduce the item when you're ready.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Item 2 on today's agenda is actually 3 dockets. Docket GS-23-423 in the matter of the application of Benton Solar LLC for a site permit for the 100 megawatt solar energy generating system for the Benton Solar Project in Benton County, Minnesota. Docket number ESS-24-283 in the matter of the application of Benton Solar LLC for a site permit for the 100 megawatt battery energy storage system for the Benton Solar Project. And lastly, docket number TL-23-425 in the matter of the application of Benton Solar LLC for a route permit for the half-mile 115 kilovolt high voltage transmission line associated with Benton Solar Project. And the questions before you today are, should the Commission adopt the Administrative Law Judge's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations? Should the Commission find that the environmental assessment and the record created at the public hearing adequately address the issues identified in the scoping decision? Should the Commission issue a site permit for the 100 megawatt Benton Solar Project? Should the Commission issue a site permit for the 100 megawatt battery energy storage system for the Benton Solar Project? And lastly, should the Commission issue a route permit for the 0.5 miles 115 kilovolt high voltage transmission line associated with the Benton Solar Project in Benton County, Minnesota? I just want to make an announcement that since the briefing papers were filed a week ago, we've had 3 commissioner-initiated revised decision options or new decision options. They've been distributed to all the commissioners. We have extra copies on the site table. We also had 2, one applicant and 1 Minnesota DOT response letters indicating their preferred decision options. They had been distributed and also available copies on the site table. And lastly, I want to make a correction to the original staff briefing papers. There's a typo on page 24, decision option 4D, which reads adopt LIUNA's modifications to finding 277. That is a typo. It should be 227. And with that, the parties are present. And earlier today, we had the representative from Benton County online. I hope she's still on. And we should have DNR, LIUNA, Carpenters, the applicant, ERA. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with appearances, and Ms. Bump, you'll have to come up to a microphone, please, but why don't we start on my left with the name, your name and organization, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ray Kirsch with the Energy Infrastructure and Permitting staff. I'm pinch hitting for Logan Hicks, who is not available today. Logan was the Environmental Review Manager and prepared the environmental assessment for the project.
Hi, Nathan Runge. I'm here on behalf of International Union of Operating Engineers and Regional Council of Carpenters.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Commissioners, Kevin Pranis here on behalf of LIUNA, Minnesota, and North Dakota.
Good afternoon, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. Mike Ravel with Stinson, LLP, on behalf of the applicant.
Good afternoon, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. Adam Gracia with NextEra Energy Resources and developer for the Benton Solar Project.
Good afternoon, Chair Stephen and Commissioners. Samantha Bump on behalf of Minnesota Department of Natural Resources.
My understanding is the Department of Transportation is available, but for questions, I don't see them online. Is that still the case? Or do we know, Mr. Panay, are they here?
She was on earlier, but I don't see her. Oh, there she is.
Yeah. I'm here, Chair Stephen. I'm here, Chair Stephen. Yes, we don't have any comments today, but we are available. Thank you.
And please state your name.
Stacy Koch-Eggstead with the Minnesota Department of Transportation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with opening comments from parties. Why don't we begin with the applicant, please?
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. Good afternoon. We're very excited about this project for many reasons, including the benefits to the local economy, the benefits to the grid, as well as its broader support for attaining Minnesota's carbon-free goals. We're thrilled to be here this afternoon with the Commission at this decision point, and we're proud of the consensus that we've largely reached on issues in this docket. We appreciate the hard work that many folks have put into this matter, especially that of staff and Judge McKenzie, the ALJ. I'd like to highlight for the Commission just a few key takeaways as it considers granting these permits this afternoon. First, Benton Solar took the Commission's admonition to heart when you directed us to facilitate in every reasonable way the continued examination of the issues, and those issues being local economic impacts and labor practices requested by the interveners, LIUNA. We worked with our EPC contractors across the country during discovery to locate and provide information sought by LIUNA. Those efforts contributed to a robust record before the ALJ, which informed her thorough and balanced findings of fact. And 4 key areas of consensus emerged in the proceeding relevant to local economic impacts and any related permit condition. First, there's broad agreement that local economic impacts are correlated with the hiring of local workers. Benton Solar acknowledged this from the outset of this proceeding, and it's clear following the contested case that there's agreement with LIUNA on that point. Second, NextEra's Minnesota projects have employed substantial local labor consistent with Minnesota policy. Third, to memorialize its intent to maximize the local impact, Benton Solar made a commitment prior to the contested case to require its EPC contractor to enter into a project labor agreement to construct this project. It followed through on that commitment, engaging Blattner Energy as its EPC, and shortly before the evidentiary hearing in this matter, LIUNA became a signatory to that project labor agreement. And although, fourth, we believe that those actions ensure the project will be built with substantial local workforce and have a substantial local impact, Benton Solar also proposed a permit condition to Judge McKenzie to address any remaining concerns of LIUNA regarding this issue. Judge McKenzie recommended that condition as reasonable, and the parties have been fine-tuning the language to best align with the record in this docket. I think we're just about there. You see that reflected in decision options 16 and 17, and then in our preferred decision options, we made a slight tweak to that decision option 17. I will, Chair Stephen. So there's really no disagreement about the effect that we're seeking to have on a permit condition here. It's really just fine-tuning the words. Decision options 16 and 17 are different proposals. I've spoken with LIUNA, and I'm sure we can talk about this with the commissioners, but in the applicant's response to its preferred decision options, which we filed on Tuesday, the 16th, we have a red line of language that we believe is agreeable to all parties to reflect that permit condition.
Apologies, is that reflected in number 17 that's in the staff briefing papers?
No, Chair Stephen, it's not in staff's briefing papers, but it should have been provided to you in the letter from the applicant. It's the red line on the first page of that.
Okay.
So the motion would
So
be...
this would be the filing that.
17 as modified by the letter from the applicant on December 16th, 2025. Is what you're recommending.
Madam Chair, if I may just make a few more remarks.
Yep, please.
So 2 quick areas of note regarding decision options that were filed either right around or after we filed our preferred decision options, and those are from Commissioner Tuma and Chair Sieben. We noted in our exceptions that we've been working with area residents and Benton County to design a visual screening plan that balances feasibility, both economic and engineering, and view impact. Although we indicated support for decision option 5 in that filing, we appreciate Commissioner Tuma's attention to detail on this issue, and we think his proposed decision options, which are alternative 5 and Tuma revised 15, are balanced and accurately reflect the record and the intent here, while providing needed flexibility to Benton Solar and residents. We would support them in lieu of decision option 5 and 15. We also appreciate Chair Sieben's 18.5, and we believe it aligns well with Benton Solar's plan to plant a similar number of trees as a part of our screening plan, and we're agreeable to that permit condition. But just two observations on that. First, as I'm sure we'll discuss, we hope to begin tree removal relatively quickly, early next year, potentially as early as January. And we'd like to make sure that both with the DNR and Benton County, it's realistic to have that coordination take place in that condensed time frame. And then second, if the Commission believes a similar permit condition may become applicable generally to future projects, it may be helpful to include that in a sample or draft permit and allow the record and EA to address feasibility and potential alternatives to capture similar results. Just noting each project is unique, and there may be circumstances where a similar permit condition is challenging to implement. Finally, on a personal note, I want to express my appreciation for the kindness and accommodation that staff, interveners, and Judge McKenzie afforded me in the midst of an unexpected family emergency and a community tragedy that took place earlier this fall. Your humanity has been an encouragement over the last few months. It's a privilege to work with each of you. I'm grateful for it. With that, we have no further comments, and we look forward to answering questions from the Commission.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Revelle, and apologies, I didn't know that, are you talking about the school shooting, unfortunately?
I am, Chair Sieben.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so next, why don't we hear from Layuna?
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioners, and I want to start by saying that we're very excited about the opportunity to work with NextEra and Blattner to build this project with local labor, and appreciate the NextEra's efforts, as described by Mr. Revelle, to provide as comprehensive information as they were able to obtain from contractors about a number of projects as directed by the Commission. We have no complaints whatsoever about the company's cooperation in this matter. I think it helped develop a very robust record. And we think the contested case proceeding ordered by the Commission accomplished its objective, building a record on construction employment that will support the Commission's decisions in this case and potentially in future cases. While the Commission's familiar with the issue and the argument, this is the first time it's been examined closely through a contested case proceeding. And I have four takeaways, a lot of overlap with what Mr. Revelle said. Not a lot I would disagree with there, maybe not anything. First, the robust relationship between use of local construction workforce and the magnitude of local socioeconomic benefit that he mentioned. And I would just point that we have not one but two economic analyses in this record, one from Layuna, one from NextEra, that land in almost exactly the same place. And so we have very robust records supporting that relationship, more than we've ever had in a previous case. Second, there's an equally robust relationship between local construction hiring and use of union labor that is clearly present in this case. And I think that's also not disputed. In fact, we got agreement within the evidentiary hearing on that question. And I think that's also very important for this and other projects. Third, we learned that the use of union labor under a project labor agreement is very much plan A for this project and for the company. I would point out that the evidentiary hearing also showed that there is no plan B. There is no plan absent a project labor agreement or equivalent labor contracts that would result in any assurance of any meaningful local participation in this project. And I think that was important to know because it goes to the order point that we think is necessary. It appears that the use of union labor, in fact, is the only tool in NextEra's toolbox when it comes to delivering those local job benefits. Now, that's great as far as we're concerned, as long as it's happening, and here the intention is for it to happen. And then the fourth point, and I would say, putting it charitably, we think NextEra has been less than clear with regulators and the public about some past non-union projects that failed to provide meaningful local employment opportunities. And as it turns out, as we developed in the record, NextEra doesn't appear to take any responsibility for meeting or trying to meet expectations the company's statements may have helped create. That, again, underscores the importance of the Commission stepping in here to make sure that the understanding we all have of the project is the same as the project as executed. And so I think the Commission cannot afford to take the company at its word, but should instead ensure that a permit condition reinforces that. And we believe we'll have a good project. This, to be clear, we're not suggesting NextEra is the only developer that might have sort of like said certain things and maybe not focused that much on them in follow-up. It's an industry problem, but it's a problem that this Commission has led the nation in trying to address successfully, maximizing public benefits. And we certainly know that NextEra is capable of delivering a good project that uses union labor. They have done so in Minnesota before, and we believe that this can be another. In terms of decision options, we support the decision options recommended by staff with the following amendments. On decision option 17, as Mr. Ravel indicated, we are comfortable with the changes proposed to NextEra. We are not comfortable with 16 because we don't think it actually does, I think, what the commission needs to do based on the facts. We have no objection to decision options proposed by Chair
Commissioner,
Sieben.
sorry. You talk faster than I can shuffle my papers. So, Mr. Pranis, you're comfortable, I think you said, with the Stinson revised decision option 17?
Correct.
But not 16. But that is, okay, got it.
And we have no concerns about decision options proposed by Chair Sieben and Commissioner Tuma. We support NextEra's proposed amendment to 4.3.15 to allow for clearing earlier, which I think will help them to meet DNR's conditions. And then just on the questions of the factual findings, in general, we thought Judge McKenzie did a very good job. Our changes are very small and surgical. We think they're important, though, not only because they reflect the record as it exists, but more importantly, they firmly ground the action that we're asking the commission to take with decision option 17. I think it's particularly important to have a factual record that clearly establishes why that permit condition is needed and beneficial, and the changes that we suggest, I think, accomplish that. And that's all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Runke.
Thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioners, for the opportunity to provide opening remarks today. Again, my name is Nathan Runke, and I'm here on behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 49, and the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters. We represent more than 27,000 skilled tradesmen and women across Minnesota, and we believe that this project, with the stipulated conditions, represents significant benefits for Minnesota workers, customers, and local communities, particularly in terms of investment in local economies, workforce opportunities, and adding to Minnesota's affordable clean energy infrastructure. The IUOE and Carpenters have long supported responsible infrastructure and energy development that provides high-quality local jobs and promotes sustainability. And this project, we believe, will create well-paying union construction opportunities with skilled tradespersons operating safe and efficient facilities which meet the highest standards of craftsmanship and environmental stewardship. Beyond construction, this project will stimulate the local economy through indirect employment, supplier demand, and increased tax revenue. And with the expansion of renewable energy projects like this solar initiative, that's a vital thing to our economic well-being of our members and the broader communities that we serve. Because projects of this scale not only create hundreds of well-paying construction jobs, but also create opportunities for new people to start their careers through our apprenticeship programs, stimulate the local economies, and provide long-term benefits to ratepayers and the environment. For those reasons, IUOE, Local 49, and the Carpenters support staff recommendations for decision options and are also comfortable with the applicant's proposed language change to decision option 17. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Runke. Ms. Bump, do you want to provide comments?
Chair Sieben, Commissioners, I have no opening remarks. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Kirsch, do you have anything that?
I do not have any opening remarks.
Okay.
But I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tuma, did you want to start?
Sure. I got 3 areas I want to touch on: the labor, tree removal, and the visual screening. Just kind of get them nailed down. So let's start with labor. I think sound like we're pretty close. So I just want to be clear from what I'm understanding, Mr. Pranis and Mr. Runke saying, is that you prefer decision option 4 with all subparts, including your 226A, and obviously the modification to 227, okay? And then the other one then would be 17, as modified by the letter from the applicant dated December 16th, 2025. And that should settle out for as far as you're concerned.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Commissioner Tuma, that's correct.
And then just on C, the 226A, I don't disagree with you that it's factually there. I actually put in some more factual information for the visual screening because I think it was critical to be able to get the record where I think it would reflect my decision option. I didn't know if 226A added much, and so I guess I want to hear from you what you think it added to the record to get us to the conclusion that we're arriving at here today. I mean, I don't see a reason to disagree with it, but it just seemed that you got everything you needed with the judge's order. So what are you trying to accomplish with that 226A?
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. I think the important, as I read the administrative law judge's report, her conclusion, in fact, her factual findings don't really address the sort of contested question of, can we count on the company to follow through with what it says its plan is, or do we need to make sure there's some requirement in place to backstop that? The ALJ concluded, well, we probably can just trust that the company will do the things it says that they're going to do, but the commission might want to consider an order. We think the record's actually quite clear that there is a basis to not simply trust that everything will work out fine on the basis of, multiple past projects where representations were made that, at least in our view, again, the most charitable way you could say it is it didn't turn out the way people would have believed had they read those filings. And so we think it's important for the factual record make clear, look, we often trust companies to say they're going to do a thing. We don't require everything that they say they're going to do to be a permit condition. But I think here there's a strong basis for making that decision and saying the fact that the company says they'll do this absent any enforceable agreement, right, third-party agreement, absent any specific order provision, is not sufficient assurance to make sure that it will really happen.
So very simple, probably oversimplification, because they performed poorly in recent areas that you're highlighting in 226A, causes some concern so that we should do a more robust, which now appears as 17 modified, to say we're going to have a labor agreement. That is the plan, and any of the modifications to that must come back to the commission. That's the basic position you're taking.
Yes, thank you. Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, that's correct. And I would say both performed poorly objectively in terms of actually creating local jobs, but I think what is equally important, what was said about the expectations for that project was not what actually happened. I think that's what the record shows. I think that's an important distinction. In other words, this was not a case where the company said, look, we're basically just going to bring in mostly people from Texas, but it's going to be a great project. You should be happy. This is one where, the permit applications and the associated media coverage suggested that there would be ample opportunities for local workers that did not materialize. And I think it's those two things. It is there have been past projects that did not deliver. There have been past projects in which statements were made that led people to expect a very different result.
And then, Madam Chair, and to the applicant, I didn't hear whether you're okay with the additions in number 4. Obviously, the other ones just seem to be grammatical changes, which my dyslexic brain just assumed are correct. But obviously, the change at 4C, adding that language in there, arguably is them saying, look, this is trying to hold you to this new language, which I don't know who's going to sue you over if you're agreeing to it. But nonetheless, they're trying to say this supports the new language that we're putting in 17. Do you have any objection to 4C?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, thank you for the question. As reflected in our preferred decision options, it's not one that we support. So we think that 4B in particular is just a grammatical cleanup. Obviously, 4C is the most material in that subset of decision option 4. For the applicant, our position is that Judge McKenzie thoroughly evaluated the record evidence, and she accepted and rejected proposed findings from both the applicant and from LIUNA. And these changes tend to mirror some that were not incorporated by her into her findings of fact. So our preference is to leave the findings of fact alone and defer to the fact finder here. And part of the negotiation and wanting to act in good faith with LIUNA was saying, look, we understand there's some concerns notwithstanding the evidentiary hearing. we're willing to propose a permit condition. So that's the position of the applicant.
The basic position of the applicant at this stage, any of the fours, although some of them could be just grammatical, really not necessary to accomplish if we do your new 17. Is that what I'm hearing?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, that's correct.
That's all I have on labor. Just I want to make sure I understood where the parties were at. If you're ready to move on, we can start talking about tree removal. Okay. Ms. Bump, did you have a chance to look at the applicant's proposal? I know our friends from Department of Transportation maybe suggested having you consult, which I'm open to putting some language in the permit on the tree removal proposal for the early tree removal to have a consultation with you. So I'll ask the applicant if they want that. So my first question to you, if we do an early tree removal, do you want consultation, and are you okay with this early tree removal? There still needs to be a plan in place, but it would be happening before we do our normal start construction meetings.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Tuma, thank you for the question. Yeah, we support the early tree removal to minimize impacts to bats. We've worked with the project proposer and we're on the same page there. Definitely would appreciate notification and some coordination work to make sure everything goes according to plan.
And then I had a decision option that I put together. I don't know, Eric, if you have it to put up, but just belts and suspenders. Sounds like they've agreed to consultation with you, but I thought we could just amend the permit language that they had to require consultation so that they do consult with you and specifically indicate that the reason you're okay with it is we want to protect the listed species. So that's kind of what we had. I don't know if you have to be able to put it up, and I do have physical copies here someplace.
Is this this is not one of your filed?
Not the 15
Okay.
or 5.
This-
7. It would be new 7A. So we just amend the two permits that the applicant wanted to indicate that DNR would be consulted, so it reasonably protects listed species. Does that work for you, Ms. Bump?
Sounds great.
And Mr. Revelle, I assume you have no concerns with that?
Chair Steven, Commissioner Tuma, no concerns.
And then just to follow up on the tree removal, you mentioned something I want to make sure from the chair. Your language in 18.5, which I think is great, a great idea, but I wanted to make sure that your intent was that it would mean trees planted for visual screening would count. So they're going to plant a lot of trees for visual screening, so they want to use those trees first. So if there's 100 trees they planted for visual screening and 150 trees they cut down, then they would only have to provide 50 trees someplace else. That was your intent? And I think that's what the applicant was envisioning, and I want to make sure we're tracking.
Yeah, no, that's what I explicitly talked to staff about, how the visual screening plan could offset a tree replacement program, and then just decided it was kind of hard to put that language in or read it together, so I'm fine if that's the net effect. And to Mr. Revelle's point that this should be in our sample permit, that was after reading the briefing papers, that was one of my first questions to staff is why wasn't this kind of developed earlier in the process? So apologies to you as an applicant that it's not yet in our sample permit. I hope that it will be put in as we've done it on other projects. And the intent is that it's not supposed to supersede any other portions of the permit, but rather be developed and with the relevant protection agencies like the DNR, the Soil and Water Conservation Board, if they want involvement, or local tribes, and then filed ahead of in the pre-construction phase. So That's what I was thinking, Commissioner Tuma. So I didn't read it though as like or I wasn't thinking of it as a tree replacement plan per se. It would be an additional thing.
Sounds good. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Madam Chair, next is visual screening. And I don't know if Ms. Ackman from the county is on. If she is, turn your camera on and say something so that we can see you. But I'm looking at Mary. Do you see?
I'm here.
There you are. Excellent.
Hi, I'm Roxanne Ockman. I'm the Land Services Director in Benton County.
Excellent. I'm glad you're still here. I saw you here earlier. I apologize for having to suffer through through all of our work on that, but it actually turned out okay, I think, in the end. So let's start working on this. And I read your comments that you guys filed on what I'll call landscaping. That's the language I'm using, but it's the berm, which would include landscaping. Would include a berm in my mind. And so you laid out kind of a plan in your, and it was quite detailed. I appreciate the photos. That was very helpful that you had. But I just wanted to confirm with you, I took a closer look at this, both using your maps, using a little Google map and a little bit of visual sighting of the two different. And I do see a lot of significant differences between the community solar garden that you talked about and this location. And I just want to make sure, because I really can't create record. I can see what's out there, but I just want to make sure I can confirm from you that I'm seeing 4 significant differences. It doesn't mean that a berm or landscaping, I'm against it, because I'm not the landowner here. I'm not the person who is a farmer who has the farmland. I'm not the applicant, and I'm not the neighbors who are by it. But what I see, the community solar garden, the way I saw that, it sits across from properties that have driveways onto the county road. And those driveways look across to what looks kind of like an old commercial site. And that's where the berm was built by the community solar garden. Would that be a fair description of kind of what the community solar garden looks like?
I would say that's fair. I don't know that it was ever a commercial site versus just vacant land. There are residential homes built all around that site.
And that was another significant difference I saw, is it was surrounded. Those homes had to look across the street from kind of where they were at, and the ability to maybe grow visual screening there wasn't as desirable as the other area, where when you look at Mitchell Court, the properties don't driveway onto it. They're actually orientated kind of away on a court as opposed to being right on the road. And looked like all of them were growing visual screening, I'm sure, to reduce road glare and noise from the road. And already they've already started visual screening there. Is kind of that your assessment of what's happening at Mitchell Court, which is right across from the applicant's project?
Yes, they do not have driveway access directly across from the solar site. Rather, they're coming off of another a township road. With those properties, the parcels were split in the middle of a field. So they have been trying to establish screening, but it's been very, very difficult for them just due to the soils in that area.
Yeah, and there is it's kind of a weird kind of a cul-de-sac, because they have two, looks like windrows that run right down the middle of the property. So there's stuff growing there, but it does look pretty scraggly. I would agree with you there. I think another major difference is, and I don't know what the land is zoned. I'm guessing the land of the community solar garden was probably zoned some sort of residential, or I don't know what the zoning would be for that. Do you know what that is offhand?
All of those parcels are zoned agricultural. They are
for this project. I was asking for the community solar garden. Do you know what that was?
That's ag.
That was ag too. Okay.
Yeah.
But the field, or I guess if it was a field, it wasn't very big. It was a pretty small parcel of property for the community solar garden, where this is a pretty good sized field, which I guess could go both ways. I mean, it's a lot of land. That's owned, I think it's by the McIvers, and I think, I can't remember the name of the other gentleman I saw that had been farming it for a number of years. And so it was actually, it looks like an active farm versus the other one, probably not so much an active farm. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah.
And I think the other big difference is the fact that this does look like farmland, and this question for the applicant here is that these individuals, the two owners that have where the berms were suggested by the county, not required, but suggested, that's a fair assessment. That's what I was trying to, with the language, to make sure it was clear that this was not like it was part of their ordinance. They're just saying, our ordinance gave room for this, and we think you should do it here, is what I heard the county saying. Have you talked to these landowners, though? Because probably one of the most rarest things that happened in this docket was you actually have a farm organization that sent a letter. You don't see this too often. So the Agri-Growth sent a letter saying they support your project. It was August 5th filing. And Agri-Growth specifically said, we appreciate the thoughtful restoration plan to return these acres to working farmland in the end of the lease. And I noticed that, and that I have never seen that in one of our records. I appreciated that because we do have a very robust ag plan that I know community solar garden plans probably don't have. We also have a very robust vegetation management plan that this community solar garden, I'm going to guess, didn't have, or at least if it has, it hasn't started growing yet. And so this is not going to look the same as that community solar garden, I think, in the end. But what's worrisome to me is I would have a hard time as a farmer wanting to take this back with a berm. And so I don't know, have you had conversations with these two? Then this was actually farmed land. So have you had conversations with them about whether they would want a berm on their property?
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Commissioner Tuma.
Oh, sorry.
I was talking to the applicant, sorry.
Sorry.
And if you have an answer too, you can follow up, but I was asking the applicant first.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma. We have not discussed with those landowners specifically about installing a berm on their property. My intention would be that if we were to do that, that would be part of our restoration plan at the end of the project's life. So it wouldn't necessarily be a permanent berm that would preclude them from farming in the future.
I think one of the beauties of what we do with our ag plan is we try to have minimum impact. You're going to be driving over it and all that stuff, but you know, putting a bulldozer out there and building a 5, 6, 7, 8 foot berm is going to be moving their dirt around, which could take away from what I find the most beneficial part of our ag plan is that we grow it in pollinator friendly, plants that restore the soil over that time. So we're more idling the soil than we are turning it into an industrial project and taking away. Ms. Ackerman, did you have any conversations with the landowners? You were going to answer, but I wanted you to understand kind of where I was seeing the differences between this property and maybe the community solar garden.
I have not had any conversations with the property owners of where the solar project will be. My conversations have been primarily with the residents that are requesting the screening.
One of the things that you don't see here, Ms. Ackerman, is I do have a decision option, which is on the screen, which is TUMA 7B. And this is an offer I have to you. Typically, our EIP invites the counties and local zoning authorities to the pre-construction and pre-operation meetings if you want to come, and they'll make sure that you get all the documents necessary. Here I'm memorializing that, saying if you want to do that, I'll make it part of the permit conditions that they communicate with you about all of the activity they're doing, including this visual screening plan. And so that's my offer to you. If you want to be part of that discussion, you don't get a vote on it, but you obviously get a voice if you're invited to the meeting. And so is that something you would be willing to do?
I'd be more than happy to attend the meeting.
Okay. And so, Madam Chair, with the visual screening, I think, it seems like the applicant is fine with the decision options I laid out. And I'll just say, I'm not the landowner, again. I'm not the neighbor. I'm not the developer. I'm looking at this situation and I'm wanting to have that flexibility. Because if I were the landowner, frankly, I would want you to go out and plant some 4 or 5 foot trees and enhance my screening on the other side of the road. And so if you saw when I drafted it, I made specifically said, you know, tell us if you're doing something in the neighbor's property and helping them out. And so if I was that landowner, I would rather have that than the berm, because it's going to be not only a visual screen for your site, but it'll be a visual screen from the road and the glaring lights and the noise of the road. And so that's what I would do, but I don't know if that's where these people are. I know if I was the farmer, I wouldn't want that berm there, but I don't know what he wants. And so we often leave some of these little details left in the end because we want to make sure you guys are moving forward, getting your investment tax credits and all that stuff. But I hope that you can work out something reasonable this, and back to, if the landowners are listening or if they're there, I hope they don't just get fixated that we must have a berm. We're part of the berm party and we must have a berm, because there might be an alternative here that makes better sense for everybody. And so I don't want to decide that a berm must be done as the ALJ did, and I understand why the county was advocating it, not a problem. That's your right and your voice, but I just think there might be some better solutions in this area that makes everybody even more happy, and so I want to see that conversation had, and I know that our EIP folks will pass that along to Mr. Hicks, so he's ready to pay attention to that at the pre-construction meeting when that plan comes through. That's all I have, Madam Chair. I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready.
Just to clarify, one thing that the applicant said, though, and Commissioner Tuma, so I'm on the same page. These decisions, and for the county's participation, for example, these are in the pre-construction phase, which will lay out the plan to decide, like the vegetation management, screening, the tree removal. All these things are done before they begin construction, and so, like, you can't decide at the end of the permit, at the end of the life, to now in 20 years or whatever the length of the permit is, that you want to construct a berm and then come back.
They have to have a plan that's developed and is filed 15 days before the pre-construction meeting, so they will not be able to go out, other than remove trees, they will not be able to go out and start any construction until all those other plans are fully developed.
And then, Ms. Bump, my question to you is about my new decision option for a tree replacement plan, and whether you had any concerns with it or wanted to see any additional language included in it, because this is separate from the tree removal plan, clearly, and we just had a discussion with Commissioner Tuma how some of the trees that the applicant would be charged with planting, or I don't know if how other tree replacement plan projects have worked, but the way I talked about them is that, you know, perhaps the applicant could make a payment to the DNR for planting of trees, the equivalent number of trees that have been removed, and the DNR could take care of planting them on state lands or, you know, in other public areas. And so just more comments, if you have any, on the tree replacement plan and your involvement in it, please.
Chair Stephen, commissioners, I'm not familiar with how we would go about the replacement plan details. That's worked out within the regions on a project-by-project basis. So I can't offer a whole lot of feedback on that. I can get you information if you would like. But having discussed this with the region, they have no objection to what is proposed, including the language.
Okay, well, that's, I think, what I need to hear is we don't need the details figured out now. Okay. We just want you and your regional folks to be involved in coming up with the plan. The idea is, I think, pretty broad, but you would have some say over the development of the plan to ensure that the applicant is compliant with it, and also, you know, the idea is that, I think it said, and this is a question for the applicant, that there's approximately 4%, not counting the transmission line of is it on the solar site where there is an area that trees are going to be removed? Approximately 4% of the parcel that's contained within the permit. Mr. Ravel, does that sound about right? And I have no idea how many trees that is, or if you do, but if you do you have any sense of if it's hundreds or thousands of trees or other details?
Chair Stephen, thank you for the question. A couple high-level thoughts, and then I think Adam might be able to respond as well. It's both in the site and route permit where there would be tree removal. It's roughly 2.3 or 4 acres on the route and around 9 to 10 acres in the site permit. And so I don't have a specific tree number. Part of, I think, working out this plan will be working with DNR to figure out how do we calculate the number of trees. You know, is it walk around and count them, or is it on an acreage basis? How do we want to do that? And so we appreciate what we perceive to be a little bit of flexibility to coordinate with DNR and Benton County in your proposed decision option.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know for the county, I got word back from staff that maybe the Soil and Water Conservation District didn't want to be involved. Sorry, I forgot your name from Benton, Ms. Ackman. Do you have any insight into whether the county would want to be involved in developing this tree replacement plan?
Madam Chair, the Soil and Water Conservation District isn't actually an office of the county, so I can't speak for the SWCD.
Can we
but
put,
I do know that they have a very, very heavy load of work on them, so that may be why.
Yeah, sure. And would you, representing Benton County, want to be involved in this review?
In the review or the replanting?
What we're doing here is proposing that the applicant brings forward a plan developed in consultation with the DNR, and I'm offering if you want to be involved or Benton County wants to be involved in, because they're clearing trees on the specified number of acres that was just stated, like where equivalent trees could be replaced, you know, whether that's on county parkland or state DNR land or, you know, other public spaces surrounding Benton County or St. Cloud, like that just seemed, that's kind of the thinking, and it works similar to other permit approvals where, you know, it comes in before the pre-construction phase and then the applicant begins construction once all these permits are filed.
We certainly could sit in on that meeting, yes.
Okay, so we'll just amend it then to say like Benton County or something so that it will be flexible, if that's okay with you, Commissioner Tuma. And Mr. Kirsch, anything to add on my new tree replacement plan, recognizing that it's also developed kind of at the end of the process, and that's hard for your folks too, but.
Chair Sieben, no, I have no concerns with it.
Okay, great. So that's what I have on trees. Commissioner Partridge, did you have any questions? No.
I did not. I hesitate to even say this, but one thing I wanted to note, and this is for Ms. Ackman, is just, you know, I wanted to just kind of highlight a point that Commissioner Tuma made, which is the opportunity to have the applicant invest in screening for the residents of Mitchell Court, and wanted to highlight that this decision option put forward by Commissioner Tuma would require the applicant to maintain the health of those trees for 3 years. And so, as you mentioned, that those folks are having trouble maintaining visual screen, that is a great benefit. And so probably less impactful long-term to the land than a berm, and also, you know, would allow those folks to have support for multiple years to ensure that visual screening is looking good and staying healthy. Then I will just note, and again, hesitate to say this, no one laugh out loud, but recently the commission did have the opportunity to visit a solar development that included sheep. And we learned about how the sheep actually help to improve the quality of the soil, and they manage the vegetation at a relatively low cost without damage to the facility. So you don't have to make any promises, and I'm not going to add this to the permit conditions, but it was a really cool thing to see, really wonderful to see how they were improving the soil quality too, so that that land can eventually become more productive and fertile for future agricultural uses. So. That's all I
Mr.
have.
Ravel, is that anything, and I know I echo that, but is that something that NextEra has seen development of, these agrovitalic like projects in other areas of the country? Because I know that there aren't just sheep in Minnesota grazing on solar facilities. Anything else or is that something that you could consider in the future with the agreement of the landowners? Obviously, we learned from Sherco it's actually a more cost-effective way to keep the vegetation management plan costs in check as well. So multiple benefits.
Thank you, Chair Steven. I believe we have utilized that on other projects around the country. I know it's not our standard practice for our operations and maintenance team to implement sheep for the vegetation management, and we develop our vegetation management plan to be successful without that, but it is certainly something we can consider for future projects.
Or possibly this one, just not right now you don't want it as a permit condition, I assume.
That's correct, Chair.
Right, okay. But sounds good. We'd appreciate you looking at it. Questions from other commissioners on the permit overall or the docket?
Okay.
Commissioner Tuma?
Madam Chair, I move decision option 1, 3, 4 as modified by staff, so it's 227 as opposed to 277. I include 4C. I don't know if it's all that valuable, but I don't see any harm in it. But if somebody doesn't want it, I wouldn't fight it either. 5, Tuma Alt 5. Then 6, 7, 7A, which is DNR consult on the early cutting down of trees, and 7B, which is including the county specifically in the language so that they're part of the pre- and post-construction meetings for each of the 3 permits. 9, 10, 12, 13, Tuma revised 15, 17 as modified by the applicant's letter of December 16, 18, 18.5 from Sieben with just Benton County as opposed to Benton County Soil Water District, and then 19. I think that covers the landscape.
Commissioner Tuma, can you go up to what you did on 4? Because.
So 4, I said 4 all subparts.
Okay.
So that included the 4C language that we had a little more thorough discussion on, that I think NextEra doesn't want any of 4, but I threw it in there because I don't know if it does that much damage, but I'm okay with somebody who thinks it should be removed.
Any discussion on Commissioner Tuma's language or motion, or any concerns from parties that we missed something? It was pretty comprehensive, so thank you, Commissioner Tuma. Hearing no discussion, all in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate your work on this, and also appreciate the sitting through the morning's discussions
Yes,
as
thank
well.
you, Ms.
Sorry
Ackerman,
about
for
that.
participating. That was you get extra stars. Tell your bosses you get an extra credit for that one. So.
There's no other business before the commission, so we're adjourned for the day. Have a good rest of your day, everyone.
Yes, Susan. Could be an
Thanks for using WebEx. visit our website at www.webex.com.